Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Apply changes.
We're live?
We are live.
We're live. Greetings and salutations, everyone. I am Joshua Story, and this is Dungeons Divided. We're not doing our regular stream tonight, but we are partaking in a one-shot that is going to be hosted by our very own, the Archivist, a.k.a. Sophie. So thank you for being with us again tonight, Sophie. We really appreciate you taking part, guiding us through another adventure.
Yes.
Our regular Dungeon Master, Silova, could not be here this evening, but we're happy to take part in your little adventure and campaign thing. But before we get started, real quick, I'm going to talk about subscriptions, because that's extremely important and that keeps us afloat. And we do appreciate all those that have taken the time to do so and be a part and volunteer and just give what they can. But we have 3 tiers of subscriptions. As everyone knows, that we got tier 1 at $4.99, which is known as the Ruby Canyon Miners. You get access to a private Discord channel with the DM where you'll be able to take part in a vote on a special encounter that will happen in an upcoming episode. That's pretty exciting. Tier 2 at $9.99, the Black Iron Merchants. Access to private Discord channel with the DM, as well as the ability to take part in a live video chat with the cast that's reserved just for tier 2 and above. And that takes place once a month. Tier 3 at $24.99, Platinum Conquerors. Access to all of the above, as well as the opportunity to partner with our DM to create a custom NPC based on your input for the current campaign that will spring up somewhere in the game. Whether that's going to be a NPC, if it's just going to is going to help us out, or maybe it's the one that leads us off in the wrong direction. Anyway, you can find that link to our Discord server down below, and you'll be able to. We ask that you go ahead and join the Discord server at no cost to yourself, and we'll hopefully see you there and be able to interact with each other.
The price is your
If you'd like to help support the Yes, exactly. If you'd like to help support the channel, but hey, you aren't quite ready to commit to paying a monthly subscription on top of all your other paid services such as Netflix, HBO, Max, Hulu, and well, the list goes on. There are some other opportunities to do so. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, for example, you're provided a single voucher each month at no additional cost to you, so that can be used to support any Twitch channel you like. Simply click the subscribe button below and choose the Amazon Prime as your payment method. Now, because this is a voucher, you will have to manually resubscribe using the same method each month. Just bear in mind that you may need to link your Amazon Prime account to get you started. And you'll do that to your Twitch account in order for that to happen. So, also, if you're already a member or would just like to make a small one-time donation to the channel, which we really appreciate if you do, no pressure, to help keep us going, then simply click that button in the About section labeled Donations to the channel. Just remember, whether you choose to donate, subscribe, or look around in the chat, we appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. And we hope you enjoy tonight's adventure. Thanks for coming. And at this point, I'll turn it over to our Dungeon Master.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, are we ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We
great.
do introductions, who we all are.
Yeah.
You know what? Why not?
I suppose so.
Let's lead it off.
Yeah, most of them
with
have
our-
not seen you, Mike.
Yeah, this
No, they
is
don't.
kind of a new thing.
I'll wait my turn.
Yeah,
Let Sophie go first.
that's Mike.
Trying to skip over everything.
Our technical producer.
He's right there.
Right there. On my screen.
Sophie, you're up.
He does technical
Oh,
things.
okay. My name is Sophie. I am the Archivist. Yeah, I'll be the Dungeon Master for tonight.
Story of story.
Who's going next?
Who's next?
Oh, me?
Yeah, let's go in order of the image.
Anyway, again, I'm Joshua Story. I play Nelius, the sorcerer. And yeah, moving on.
Wow,
We'll keep it
yes,
short so we can get to the
short and
adventure.
sweet.
That's right.
There you go. Tell me.
Hey, my name is
No.
Mike Kooistra. Sometimes you hear me in the stream, but most of the time I'm just yelling from the back room. I'm the technical producer, and today I actually get to join in and play. I am a
Welcome.
34-year veteran of Dungeons & Dragons. I started playing when I was like 8, and I probably have more experience doing this than most of these guys combined, except for DW.
And me. And me.
Hi, everybody. I'm DW. I play Entropy in this particular game. And, yeah, I don't know. Let me know if there's anything else you want to know. And to you, Arctus.
I'm Arctus, also Dax. I sometimes watch, but now I got to play again. I was in the last one, and I'm excited.
He was so fun. We just wanted to bring him in again. My name is Roy Halo. I will be playing Corin in this one. A fun little rogue with his little pet friend. So,
Okay, I think that's everyone. So, with that concluded, let's begin. Okay, let me turn this music.
I just
on.
realized I said Nelius, but tonight I'm playing Jobby.
Yeah.
True, that is true.
Also,
Reprising his role.
I'm still running
I
the
will be
stream.
playing Elias.
I'm still running the stream, so if you see me looking off to the side a bunch and stuff, I'm doing both jobs.
Okay. A window opens before each of you, a tear in time and space spilling forth from it, a beautiful cornucopia of stars and light, balanced by vacuum of darkness. From within this window, you can see the far realm spread out before you, visions of places that no mortal eyes have ever laid their sight upon, now within the reach of your mortal minds. It is from within this beautiful abyss you hear a voice calling out to you from another place and time. Welcome, witnesses. The voice is familiar to you. You've heard it many times before. One you know as the Archivist, a wizard of renown of whom you have been assisting with the keeping of a world not your own. I am reaching out to you again, drawing you to me from places far and wide. I seek assistance from you for a task of great importance, a task that I cannot perform myself, a task that may, in the end, result in great risk to your own life. Would you be willing to assist me once more in an hour of need? Would you be willing to help me in my struggle against the darkness? And you can describe, each one of you can describe basically what your characters are doing at this point.
well, I'm sitting.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm sitting in a tavern right now, just scribbling in my notebook, looking at my notes and eating a meal. And I hear your voice. Well, might as well put this down. So you see, I'm enjoying my meal.
Okay, Arctis?
Artist is probably walking through the streets of Baldur's Gate, looks down an alley and hears the voice, shakes his head and let's get to it. Head down the alley and wherever he goes.
Entropy.
I am sitting in the steps of the local church, I guess. I'm not sure what's inside. But it's a nice atmosphere, and suddenly the voice comes from a well over there. And I go, once again, I am needed. And hop in the well.
Okay. Professor Dalriving.
So I'm probably busy scribing away at my collection of encyclopedia I'm writing in the esteemed whatever academy.
The whatever academy.
The great
Sounds
academy
very
of
prestigious.
Guantanamo.
Yeah, I've been here so long I haven't left the building that I forgot what it was called outside. There's no sign indoors.
They've changed the name like 5
It's
times
changed
at this
ownership
point.
so
You
many
know,
times. I don't even know
Yeah.
if management knows. I'm
It's even
still
named
here.
after him for like 2 years.
I'm just using all the library to transcribe my own books and spell rituals and everything else. So I quickly look around the museum area for equipment I could use. I shuffle all my books and calligraphy set and forgery equipment into a backpack, and I start grabbing some weapons that my tiny little arms could probably use. And I guess the heaviest armor I could bear to put on and jump through the wall or the well.
Okay.
This is probably all
and then
classic stuff from wars of renown and past, that maybe antiques. I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay. And Jobby Scran.
I'm huddled up underneath my cloak over next to a fire in an old ruined out house. It's a little dilapidated, and I'm sitting there chewing on some rough meat and rations, just trying to huddle under what little roof is left on this building.
Okay. As you each accept the call, You're consumed in an instant, teleported to another time and place, the smell of briny salt water assaulting your nose. You squint and strain your eyes as warm sunlight is piped into your retinas. You hear the screams of an ocean bird somewhere close as your sight slowly clears, and standing before you once more is the Archivist. She smiles warmly and looks you over, inspecting you for any harm. Seems you've made it. This time, the mission is of the utmost importance. And she looks to each one of you. Do you want to, again, describe what your characters look like for the audience?
I can start
I'm
this
trying to
one.
think about where we are. It's different from where we are in the stream.
Arcus is kind of like a middle-aged kind of guy. He's got a balding patch, but he's got long flowing hair, nice little mustache. He's lost one of his legs, walks around with a peg leg on it. The other one's got a big old green coat that helps him hide in forestry better. He's got a big old hat on.
Okay, who's next?
I'll go next. I'll go next.
Go ahead.
I am I'm a bit of a stout dwarf at 4'1", quite tall for a dwarf, if you ask me. Anyway, got ragged hair, looks like he's black hair, pulled back in a ponytail, looks like he's rubbed his greasy fingers through his hair multiple times. It's never used a proper comb, just kind of gets back, and so you see the loose threads and everything sticking out, a little wild-eyed. Aye. And dressed in a scale mail and tatters.
Hello, greetings everyone. I am Professor Phineas Dalraven, and if someone help me put this armor on, it's my first time. So
First
I
time.
have this set of scale mail that it's very almost like parade-like armor. I'm not sure if it was actually used in battle, if it was meant for some wealthy noble to, show off in town. But I'm trying to stuff myself into it. Someone could give me a hand.
I'll get you. Just like stuffing a turkey.
And
Come
then,
here, lad.
As you do that, I pull out my tome and I start flipping through looking for my next. Well, I'm going to have to start casting some rituals to get ready here. So, anyways, brown hair, mustache, average looking human, but slightly swollen cranium. Head's a little bigger than usual.
Love it.
That's me.
Entropy?
I look sunburnt to most people. My skin's a little on the redder side. I have dark bluish black beard on my face, a hood pulled forward but piercing, almost gem-like eyes coming out from under the hood, and a cloak that seems to be of a fabric you've not seen before. Daggers everywhere.
Okay, and finally, Corin.
What you have before you is an elf, an Eldarin elf, golden skin. He is clothed in leathers and kind of wrapped up. He wears a cloak, so he's pretty covered up. Looks like he could use a little bit of sun, even for his skin being nice and golden. Spends a good amount of time at night. He has almost let's call it an autumn look to him. With him is a small little phoenix, and it kind of sits on perches on his shoulder. He has some books that are kind of strapped to his left side. It's kind of a journal that he kind of keeps things. He keeps certain spells and things in his at his disposal. And he carries. You don't really see a knife on him or anything like that, even though he is kind of dressed roguish.
Okay.
It's in the prison pocket.
It's sus to me.
Despite my best efforts and the efforts of our heroes, we are unable to understand the ancient language of Valantia. There are so few that can read it, and this poses a problem for our continued success. For that, I need to send you to a place far from here, a place towards the beginning of it all. You will travel to the long-destroyed village of Antevale. There you will meet someone that can help us with the ability to understand, someone who desperately needs your help. This land is filled with tragedies unimaginable, and I am afraid I am going to be sending you directly into the heart of one. Please return to me. With the power to translate the words long written, help us move forward once more. And at that, she moves her hand and a portal opens before you, purple light spilling across the ground, illuminating the world around it, even in this bright sunlight. Its ethereal glow providing no comfort, as through that portal lies a new challenge, one from whence you may never return.
Well, let's hope we do.
Well, looks like we're at it again, aren't we?
It's good to see some familiar faces.
Well,
I was just about to say the same of you.
just curious.
Yeah,
Have you guys really not able to discern this language?
No.
There's a-
That's possibly why you are alone. You seem to be very knowledgeable.
I mean, guys, it's a pretty simple spell for this. It's like first year wizardry.
But there are languages that ignore this spell.
Yes.
We'll
He
see.
looks to you
would be if
blankly,
it was
just drooling.
Jobby.
You're asking the wrong person, lad. What?
I scratch my very large cranium. It's like a level 1 spell, guys.
If it was going to just be the spell, I'm sure they would have done that and not summoned us.
I mean, I can ritually cast it. I don't even have to prepare this in the morning.
What
let's
race
go.
are you, by the way? Did I get that?
Archivist, you
Yes.
mentioned that things are of dire needs. Last we spoke,
Yes.
it was the same. I hope things are better. We always needed somewhere, but what is it this time that we are needed?
You're going to be moved forward to a place where darkness thrives. I've read about it before, about this figure. More than likely you will encounter some resistance, and it's imperative that you continue on regardless. Do return to me though. If all looks lost, if all looks hopeless, abandon this task and return back. None of this is worth your lives.
You mentioned there's someone there who needs our help.
Yes.
Can you state what our purpose would be exactly?
I don't know how you can help. And she'll pull out a locket, a silver locket, and she'll hand it over and say, I went through a great deal of struggle to find this locket. I've cleaned it up, and I believe it is a possession that can assist.
Thank you. How
And, she'll hand it over to you.
will this help us find the person we are looking for?
I assume that once you find them, it will be helpful to attain their help.
I look at the locket.
Yeah, you see it's a silver locket. It contains, like as you open it up, you see that it contains the picture of a beautiful elven woman and a regal elven man. They wear richly colored fabrics and seem to exude refinement and nobility. The outside of the locket is etched with a family crest containing an eye emblazoned prominently inside of a 5-pointed star. Around the bottom of the locket is Elven script. Does anyone know how to read Elven?
I guess.
Nope.
I would think our elf knows. I would hope.
Yes.
Yeah, as you look at this script and read it, you realize that emblazoned upon this locket it says, "The stars sing our legacy."
I say it out loud. The stars sing our legacy. Interesting.
Yes.
Well, game.
Never
Well,
understood why you elves seem to pair so well. I mean, what you really need is a nice dwarven one with a big beard, something you can grab onto. You know what I mean? No?
Maybe in another
Suit
life.
yourselves.
This may be your choice, not mine.
Okay.
Seems like it came out of
Right
nowhere.
then.
You're-
Anyone
just
else?
like
Hobby
you
one
know.
often comes out of nowhere.
I mean, him just talking about his preference in women. Who even brought that up?
Well, if you saw the locket there. Never mind.
Anyways,
I think she's
do
fine.
you have any idea what we might find wherever you're sending us?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you have any idea what we might run into wherever you're sending us?
I don't. I've only read some tales. I'm not quite sure what you're going to find, to be completely honest.
No worries.
It's the town of Antevale was an early town here in Valantia. It was destroyed by raiders, and there was a woman, not a woman, a banshee. What once was a woman.
Come again.
She was the town's protector, believe it or not. And it is her that you need to speak with.
A banshee. So we are to help a banshee.
Why should the
Yes.
undead not need help?
They call her the Wraith Warden.
You do realize well, I know myself. I hunt demons. A banshee.
I did not come prepared to fight undead. I should have brought a mace.
You are ever ready to fight undead.
I realize it increases the difficulty a bit, but I assure you, it's for a good cause.
I just left a hovel full of undead.
Well, I do want to...
At least I assume it's not raining where we're going.
I
What
wouldn't
do we
know.
know of this groaning spirit? Is it damaged by healing or by pain?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
I know nothing about this spirit other than the stories that I've been told, and even those have been lost to time. They're
Interesting.
exaggerated, and well, I can't.
Yes, we will find out one
Certain
way or
how
another.
true.
Yes.
Indeed.
Well, I will say this. Undead or not, there is a gray area. Not all undead is evil, and not all evil is good, and not all good is good. So-
Wisdom.
I once touched
Yeah.
water that wasn't wet.
If you say we must help this banshee, then so be it. But if she must be perished, then
I cannot tell you what to do. Once you leave this place and walk through that portal, that'll be up to you. You must do what you must. Return here alive.
I give a quick little whistle, and Kai comes and gets on my shoulder. I just kind of prepare myself, walk towards the portal, and await the others.
I'd be like right
Let's
behind
go.
Why not?
Okay.
Lifts my glaive over my shoulder and makes my way to the portal.
Okay. All right. I suppose everyone enters into the portal.
Why not?
Okay. As you step through the portal, you find yourself moving quickly through space and time, tossed about by the ebbs and flows of the weave, bringing you to another place. As you exit out the other side, you find a world similar to the one that you've just left, surrounded by trees on a barely visible path. Darkness, cold, emptiness, and woe. You surrender yourself to a haunted place lost to time. Feelings flood into your soul, overwhelming you and evicting any illusion of safety and love. It is a forsaken place, void of the touch of sunlight and hidden from the view of the gods. They say that the will of great deities instilled life into all of creation, that they orchestrated the divinity of all things, breathing the light of hope and warmth into that which they had a hand in making, living or dead. Some say that everything has a righteous purpose, but in this place, you feel the oppressive influence of corruption, the inky blackness of a place where even the gods themselves don't dare tread. Deep within this swirling maelstrom of negative emotions, an entity struggles against something inconceivable, something impossible to escape.
Reach up and I grasp it. It's still old holy symbol of Mistral. Alright, let's keep together here, guys.
Oh, you're a cleric.
I like to feel this place. Right, but I still don't like to feel this place.
You said that was Mistra?
Yeah.
Oh, goddess of magic.
This relic is.
Well, it's at least it's not wet.
It is cold.
Does
There's snow around you on the ground.
Does it seem like the same plane of existence, or is it just like a cursed land, or are we in a different place altogether?
I don't know that you'd really be able to tell. It looks similar. You don't see anything that looks otherworldly.
Well, it appears we're here. It was quite the trip. What say you? Have an idea of where to go, where to start?
Does the necklace glow or show us any sign of where we should go?
I hold up the necklace.
You don't see anything. It looks the same as it did when it was given to you.
Well, this is useful. Okay.
Just above table real quick. If you guys want to send chats through Roll20, I think it beeps every time in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see.
Is
You
it
can
actually
attempt
going?
a survival check, yes.
Is
There
it
should
beeping
be
in the
a
stream
way
or
to-
just in our ears?
It'll be in the stream
Are you sure?
because we have the
Oh,
music
okay.
coming
Should
through.
be a way to
Roll20.
mute that.
Yeah, but then we don't have the music from Roll20.
Yeah.
I got 12 to kind of figure out where we are and where might be a good way to start
Okay,
heading.
so you rolled a 12 on a survival check. And what are you trying to get from this survival check?
Just where might be the best way to head, so we're not like actively heading into like a sheet ice lake that we don't know that's barely frozen over. We fall into it, or
Sure.
like if there's any place that we might be able to head to that would be less hostile than where we are.
Yeah. Looking around your immediate vicinity, you observe a dense forest tugging tightly to the ghost of a trail that extends outward below your feet. It has been mostly reclaimed by the wilderness around it, but you can imagine that at better times it once carried merchants, villagers, visitors, and pack animals towards their destination. Rocks crunch beneath your feet with every step. Looking forward down the path, you can see perhaps in the darkness, the outline of a broken wall.
Pointing out to everybody, maybe some kind of structure, but doesn't seem like much else is around. Need a place to start.
It's not bad. I go up to the wall, give it a little tap. Can I tell? Can I tell perhaps what kind of hands built these, or how old they are?
Yeah, roll me a history check, I suppose. Do you have stone cunning?
I actually have a masonry.
Okay.
So I should have advantage on it.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage. Roll me history.
Actually, be 3 times the proficiency. Let's see. You said history?
Yes, please.
Okay. And
one more.
With a -1.
That's an 11 on your first roll because of a -1.
What I got too many things open here. Let me roll. 11 -1, and then plus. Wouldn't it be plus 3 times the proficiency?
You just rolled 12.
Oh, I suppose so. Yeah, roll another one. Let's see how high you get.
Okay.
What is your proficiency bonus right now?
It's a 3.
Okay. Okay, and that's a 12. Okay, great. Yeah, so with your proficiencies added in, you look at this wall and you can see that it is not dwarven make, right? There's a distinct difference between the structures built by the dwarves and those by surface dwellers, and these are surface walls. These walls are old, scarred by fire, marred by physical damage. These walls have seen tragedy.
Well, the structure's been tested through and through. Looks like there's been some raiding going on here over the centuries, or however long this has been standing.
How long ago?
So anything else? Does it lead anywhere?
Yeah, you want to continue on. You can barely make out a path that has been reclaimed. Cobblestones in the roadway. From like every once in a while, you see them peeking through the foliage. You can follow this path.
Well, let's go.
Let's do it.
Follow.
Head down the path.
If you don't mind me
Sure.
asking, which one of
Close to
y'all
front.
is the group knocker?
I can.
Who's front lining to protect us if something pops out of the woods?
That would be this beauty.
And who's the beauty?
Joby.
Oh Lord, you speak of yourself.
Joby, aye.
You're half the size I was expecting for that role.
Half the size. I'll have you know I am ginormous, lad.
Keep hearing it.
A lot bigger than you small folk.
Yes, this does change. Worry not. I've seen him fight.
Okay.
I'm a grower, not a shower.
Kind of literally.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, as you kind of make out your marching order and move down this trail, you hear a voice brought to you on the wind. Foolish mortals, how dare you tread upon these grounds? What could you possibly seek that would drive you to such madness?
I'm sorry,
We're
I
not
was
sure.
busy with something.
We seek the Wraith Warden.
There's a brief moment of silence, and the voice returns. The only thing that awaits you in this cursed place is death and damnation. Leave it and do not return. What has happened here still carries a taint that will serve only to destroy you. We have not forgotten. I have not forgotten.
We understand the risks. Still, we are here.
Is there a check that I can make to possibly know who this is?
I mean, you could do maybe like a. Do you have like a sense undead, or I forget what it's called for clerics?
Yeah, I can. Fairly certain I can
What's I think it's paladin.
figure out. Oh, okay.
I know paladins have something. I don't know about clerics.
Yeah,
I was
don't
just going to
remember.
ask if any of you have any idea what he's going on about.
Would a religion check be able to figure out what's talking to us rather than a specific individual?
Yeah, you can roll a religion check. Sure.
20, not natural,
20.
but a dirty
Yeah,
20.
a dirty 20. Yeah, so you feel in this place, probably due to your faith, your training, you can feel a conflict in this place. A conflict between corruption and light. Somewhere in the darkness around you, not yet extinguished by this place, not yet snuffed out by its corruption, there is a flight, or a light. You feel that this righteousness, this last remnant of good is possibly what's speaking to you. You feel this burning flame of salvation in this dark place. You sense for but like a fleeting moment that you are not arriving too late, that all is not lost here.
Can I tell where whatever is talking to us might be coming from, or is it just kind of like echoing all around us?
It's all around. It's like an ethereal voice. Yeah.
I
Protection from evil and good.
Okay.
Who are you casting it on? Yourself?
On yourself, I'm assuming? Yep.
Yes.
I reach up and just instinctively grab my symbol of Mystical and I walk where I think it might be coming from. No real direction. I just walk forward whatever direction I'm facing. It's like, I can tell there's something in you that needs help. If you'll let me, I'd be happy to bring you back.
There's
Not too
no
late.
response.
I'll still find you, and I'll help you.
You are very noble. I
Well,
don't know why, but you are.
people need help. Sometimes despite their circumstances.
More than you will ever be able to help.
Well, if I don't give it, no one else will.
Hey, Jobby,
Aye.
come over here real quick.
What?
If it's not obvious already, I'm a little new at this. So, if battle breaks out, I just want you to know I'm going to help you out a little bit. Make sure you're the first to act.
Yeah, no problem there. I like hitting
And,
things.
I take out what looks like a small hourglass symbol on an amulet. And I put my thumb to your forehead and I do there's no magical light or anything like that, but it's a bit of a ritualistic kind of blessing on you.
What did you just do?
It's the Godspeed, literally.
I like that. Feeling a little feisty, you know what I mean? Like I could dash aground.
Are you two done over there?
I'm really scared.
Aye, we're ready. We're with you. Don't get your knickers in a knot.
Anyways, you've got
what are you thinking?
Advantage on your initiative. Go ahead.
Nice.
Above table, are we supposed to be seeing anything on our roll 20 or not?
No, not at the moment.
Okay,
You're just on the splash page at the moment.
wait. Okay, just making sure.
The majority of the beginning of this will be Theater of the Mind.
Wonderful.
Good thing I have good imagination.
All right.
We'll continue on the
So-
path.
So you continue on the path.
Yes.
The gravel of the trail gives way to softer terrain. Your feet stick in a thick, cold, muddy ground as you trudge forward into the corpse of this once proud settlement. It gets colder and colder as you continue to advance, ignoring the warning carried upon the wind. Your breath, now visible, dances in front of your face before disappearing into the air around you. It feels uncanny, as if walking through a graveyard. Stones of fallen buildings and fences burned black with soot and ash even after all these years. It is as if time itself were scared to tread here.
No, this isn't normal. I can feel like my beard is getting crisp. Ugh.
I'm using my Sacred Flame cantrip to like warm my hands. I'm like,
Yeah. It seems that the farther you move in, the colder it gets, as if you're headed towards the center of like a great storm, like a blizzard of some sort. It's just freezing. As you, oh, go ahead.
As we're moving through, I'm going to start casting a detect magic.
Sure. Okay, you richly begin to cast detect magic. Your spell returns a magical aura on this place. Like a remnant of the past, something ancient, something old.
And it's arcane.
It is, yes.
There seems to be something here.
I turn to you and say, "What do your elven eyes see?"
Something old. There's an old magic here.
Oh, I could try and figure that out.
I say arcane users.
I like to
As you
cast guidance on myself.
Sure, you cast guidance.
And then I'm going to roll Arcana.
Sure. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's excellent. So you rolled a 27 with one as the 1d4 for guidance.
It's
I'm assuming.
29.
19 plus 8 plus 1.
Yeah. So you can explain to me how you have felt something like this before, but as you look around, as you attune yourself to the energies in this place, kind of drawing the weave to you and unraveling the strands, trying to read them like a book, you can tell that in this place something is bound, something is captive. A great and powerful magic is at play here. An old magic.
I reiterate that to the group. Does it feel...
I load my crossbow.
I mean, you say it's magic. Is it like a dark evil feel to it, or is it just buzzing with power?
There's a mix. As you attune yourself to the feelings of it and begin to draw it in, you're overwhelmed with regret. You're overwhelmed with sadness. You're overwhelmed with shame. It hits you as if like a mace to your chest.
Such despair.
And as you take that in,
Empty.
the serenity of this place is all at once broken. In an instant, there is chaos. The sounds of flames engulf your senses. Sorry, that was probably too loud. The sounds of flames engulf your senses. Screaming surrounds you in all directions. To me, men, repel the invaders, arm yourselves with whatever it is at hand. Reinforce the lines, there are far too many for the guard to handle. Men scream in alarm and call for weapons. Gather the children and head to the town center. Do not let them take our children. Do not let them steal our future. Women scream for accountability of the children, the weak, the elderly, desperately trying to save those that they can. Mommy, I'm scared. I want my daddy. Why are they breaking our house? Why is everything on fire? And children scream for their parents or just simply cry. The sounds grow louder and louder, accompanied by the sounds of battle and death, as an invisible war seems to rage all around you.
We can all see this.
You cannot see anything, but you can hear.
I guess experience this.
Can I try to recall from my historic teachings and research and stuff if I can? Was there a war in this area, or is something that I can determine when this happened?
Roll a history check. It'll be a pretty high one because technically you're not from this area.
Okay. I'd like to guidance on myself again.
Sure. Yeah. Roll your guidance. So with a 15, it was a 13 with a +2 for guidance. With a 15, you have read some stories, an ancient book that you found deep within the bowels of your library on Volantia, of a time long past, of a place known as Antevale, a footnote in history, really. And although there's not a lot of information that was available to you in the book, you did read about the sundering of this place, about raiders walking in and just leveling it. It was a merchant city once, a small stopover on a line of trade where people could stop for the night, a very important point between two centers of trade. But other than that, most of the details that you had available to you are fuzzy at best.
Do you all hear that?
Yes.
I do.
The screams.
Does there seem to be a source of like the oncoming army from the sound? I know it's all around us, but does there seem to be like a direction of where the army is, or whatever's approaching is?
It sounds like in this moment, they are no longer approaching, they are here. Looking around, you hear off to your right the sound of swords clanging. Off to your left, the sound of a magical arcane missile striking something and then flames erupting. You can almost feel the heat.
Is there a wall that people would have been climbing up or something to get in here?
No. This place was not, looking around the skeletal remains of this place, you see no real defenses. It appears that this place was taken by surprise. There was no need for those sorts of defenses for this place.
The women and children, were they voices coming from a direction and seeming to move in a direction?
Yes, moving farther in, away from you, deeper into the village.
Do I know how long ago this raiding happened?
You're not quite sure where you are in the timeline. Looking at the damages, could be 50 years or so, maybe more.
We're hearing ghosts of the past, man.
As you take this in and come to that realization, fog begins to set in, rolling and swirling all around you, enveloping you impossibly fast. The fog seems oppressive, And this hidden battle erupts into the visual spectrum as the aspects of ghostly villagers emerge from the haze. Men, women, and children surround you in an instant, closing in with improvised weapons to defend their homes. Invaders! We will put you down like the dogs you are, one of the men says, brandishing a short sword, his eyes steeled with purpose and resolve, tinged with hatred and fear.
And is he looking at us?
Yes.
Jobby starts sweating. He's visually disrupted and disgruntled, and starts shaking. His hand reaches back, grabs the glaive over his shoulder. He places it into position.
I put a hand on before you can like pull the glaive out. I put my hand on your wrist. Wait. This might be remotely speaking. They seem to be the defenders thinking we're attacking them. I'm gonna try and talk to them.
We are not here to fight you.
I walk over and I hold out my holy symbol of the Mistral, and I kind of show it to them as like non-defensive. Like I have my shield equipped, but I don't have any weapon. I just have my holy symbol.
Roll me an insight.
Insight. Sight. 21.
Okay, so that's a 14 with a +7. So you, as you approach and hold up your holy symbol to this man, it's as if he's looking at you, but he's not seeing you.
Is it like surrounding us, or is there like a group of people standing in front of where like our group of people?
You see him directly in front of you. There's a few others that are materializing around him out of the fog, and as you're surveying that, you hear another cry from your right, and turning to look, you see a woman. "You won't harm my children, you monsters! Go back to whatever den you crawled out of!" She screams while clutching onto a crossbow in a death grip, her hands visibly shaking with fear.
I take a step back slowly from the man I was talking to, and like, I just keep the symbol. It's like, it's all right. I'm not here to do you any harm. You come to help. There's no need to have your crossbow. I'm not part of whoever's attacking me. And I just wait to see what she does.
Yeah, you see like like behind you, Jobby, you hear the voice of a small child, and you turn to see the specter of a young child running out and stepping between you and another woman who brandishes a pitchfork. "I won't let you hurt my mommy," it says, swinging at you while holding onto a stuffed rabbit.
Does it connect?
It does not.
I would like to put myself in the way of this pitchfork. Let it hit me.
As this happens, as you begin to be surrounded, the air around you grows impossibly cold, as a powerful feeling of dread begins to grip your heart. Yes. She doesn't strike at you. Again, it appears that they're not looking at you.
This is point. I want to see if I can touch pitchfork.
Oh, you want to touch it? Yeah,
Yes.
You reach out and touch this pitchfork, and as you do, your fingers pass through the ethereal kind of fork of the weapon. And as it does, you feel where your hand passes through this intense cold. It leaves frost formed on your fingers.
I make a display of this for everyone so they can see that these are not actually here.
I'm going to try and say a prayer in an attempt to put them to rest. Can I do that?
Yes, they seem to be what is trapped here.
I'm still going to say a prayer for them anyways.
I'm agreeing. I think good idea.
Let's see how well I do. 18 plus 5, 23.
23.
Man,
okay,
really
what does it look like when you say this prayer?
I imagine I just kind of like bow down and grab the holy symbol and just chant a prayer inwards towards it. Some mutterance about how magic is the way of both divination and life. And I'm trying to bridge them between arcane and divine. That's what I'm going to try and do, at least. But
Sure.
I just mutter this prayer about how they're both part of the same coin or whatever, and then I hold it up, and then this light just emits from it.
Okay. As you do, the light shatters the darkness in this place. It radiates outward, and as it touches these villagers, you see the fog, the wispy nature of them begins to break up, and they are dispelled in an instant.
I stay in my prayer, and I pull some of it back down, and just sit there for a moment and mourn all of their losses.
As the child disappears, I kneel and say, I hope you are at rest as it disappears.
Is anything left behind?
You do see something left behind, although these spirits have been banished for the time being. You see a cool, pale light flickering in the air, spinning and swirling. It draws the fog towards it, sucking it into its delicate dance. The fog and light rapidly take on the form of a female elf, her hair and robes waving in a spectral wind. She might have been beautiful once, but that time has long since passed. Her body is gaunt and corrupted. A large wound still weeps from the center of her chest. A hateful expression twists her undead features now. She looks at you with the countenance of a protector, the air of a woman scorned. She wears her damnation as a shield for a trusty set of armor, unable to escape the nature of what she has become.
Can we recognize the face? Does it look like the one in the picture?
It does not.
Javi.
Well, there are similarities, but it is not the same one in the picture.
Javi. Is she your type?
Oh, well, even for an elf, she's a bit ragged and rough.
I have a ritual in my book for funeral rites. We'd have to put her down first, and then I can put her to rest.
I believe she's already down.
There's a lot of unrest.
I think this one's still alive-ish.
I'll gingerly approach. She knows that we're there, right?
She does. She looks directly at you. You feel a countenance of fear radiating from her very being. You can feel hairs raising on the back of your neck as you find yourself staring directly into the eyes of a banshee.
I softly approach while they're talking in the background. I don't hold my holy symbol in front of me, but I still have it in my hands. I just slowly approach and say, you the Wraith Warden? I'm not here to hurt you.
Yeah, she looks at you. The look in her eyes, the anger, the pain, not fading.
I can help you if you like.
I have been called that.
I'd like to help you. We've been sent by the Archivist to look for you. She's trying to figure out some way to translate the ancient Atlantean so that it can be deciphered. We're having troubles with it. She sent us back in search of you. Hope you might be able to help us. I'd be more than willing to help you afterwards.
I slowly approach as he is talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she looks at you and then back at him and says to Arctus, this purpose that you come here for is important enough for you to risk your life ignoring my warnings.
Helping people is always worth
We were sent for job. We do job.
Milady.
I give her this just look of like love, just like, I'm here to help you.
There seems to be a lot of pain and unrest here. Maybe if there was a way you can help us, we can help you.
I do need help. I feel that you have come here for good reason. But I do require your aid.
That
She
is only fair.
looks at all of you very coldly, unsure whether to trust you or not. The living villagers that once inhabited this place once called out to me as their protector. They brought offerings of flowers and fruit to my lair and prayed for blessings. I did everything I could for them. Seeing their safekeeping was my main priority. These same villagers, these children and their children's children still call out to me now. A great tragedy has bound me to this place. I have been here for generations. Even after Ontevale was destroyed, I remained. I was all that remained. The last holdout in this dead place. There have been no more flowers. The prayers have all but been forgotten. Now there is only silence and grief. I have earned this fate, as I could not protect them in their greatest time of need. I was not enough. Within the past few weeks, an intruder of considerable power has come and further desecrated this monument to my failure. Now these villagers have been roused again and are unable to rest. They are forced to play out our collective traumas over and over again. You see, like, you feel the anger welling up in her chest. You can feel it through her words. Her voice growing louder, bordering on a scream as it begins to hail around you.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before anything actually happens, I'd like to know, can I make a religion check to know if, because I want to cast calm emotions on her, but not in like a hostile way. But I don't know if that would cause her to like disappear, if her being tied to these strong emotions tethers her to this place, and then removing those strong emotions, I don't know if that would make her disappear.
Oh,
so
God,
like
here
a
comes
roll
the
I can
rain
check
again.
to know if that would happen.
I suppose you could. Yeah, you could go. Yeah, go for it. Roll either religion or arcana. I'll let you choose. I suppose.
Religion, come on, please. Oh, I got a 6, so plus 5, 11.
11. The emotion that you feel here is, it's almost as if it's tangible. It is so profound. It is so concentrated. It's very unlikely that even for a moment, your spell would be able to calm this deep wellspring of hurt.
Even the littlest bit?
You may offer some comfort.
I'll offer it to her. I'll explain the spell, what it does, and if she'd like, I'll cast it. She's willing to accept it, but she doesn't have to. If she doesn't want me to, I won't.
Here,
Consent.
some magical Valium.
I have this magical horse tranquilizer. Do you want to push?
She says, what would calm me is You helping my people.
You mentioned an intruder. Now, who exactly is this intruder that came recently?
You see, like, for a moment, her eyes, these burning balls of like frost fire, they dim just for a moment. It's as if she is lost in a memory. Um, he came here. I hear the cries of the invaders once more, sacking this place each and every night since he has disturbed them. I see the flames surrounding them, roasting them alive. I watch as an inky void tore those that I cared for, man, woman, and child, limb from limb, their blood spilling and pooling in the grooves and divots in the roadway. Their very countenance corrupting and changing, seeming to be filled and occupied by the void itself. You have witnessed this tragedy firsthand now.
Yes.
And the hail begins to lessen at this, and then stop as you see her intensity diminish. The air is crisp and cool again. It's growing colder and colder, almost a sense of hopelessness and despair. He caused this with his intrusion and with his violation of this place. He came about a month ago and uncovered the bones of the villagers from their resting places. I felt deep corruptive magics radiating from him, divine powers that have been perverted and twisted, felt the pull of his control. I was afraid. I was afraid that he might ensnare me as well. I dared not show myself, cowering at his command of these fallen energies. So it is again that I have failed them. I can feel their bones calling out to me from the cemetery outside of town. Despite this fact, I cannot right the wrongs that he has wrought. I do not have the power to set right what has been destroyed. I cannot handle this myself.
How is it that you eventually fell?
You have not earned that story.
I'll approach and say, you say you're a failure again. You can call it that. I can tell I might not be able to put a number to it, but you're quite powerful. You not succumbing to join their side is already a massive boon. Don't consider yourself a failure for not falling to evil.
It's rare I see a banshee with such compassion and cognitive.
This is the groaning spirit, got it.
I just start
Do you
taking
know
notes, writing in my book.
what is it? Do you know what is it he is looking for?
I know what he took. I do not know why.
You say this happened a long time ago, and he's still here.
He came about a month ago. It started this all over again. The spirits are unable to rest.
Is there something he disturbed when he came through?
He did. He unburied all of them, searching for this weapon, this sword.
Ah,
A sword. Of course. Always a corrupt weapon.
we know not of corrupt at this point. Could just be weapon.
Yes.
What do you know of this weapon that he was searching for?
I know much. But I have no idea why. Why he would do this, why he would take it. It means nothing to him.
Does it serve a purpose of some sort? Ceremonial, perhaps?
Ceremonial.
Interesting. And yet, you fear approaching him. Do you know where he is exactly?
I do.
Right then. Well, it sounds pretty simple to me. We can help and bury those bones and put their bodies to rest. And then we go after him. What do you all say?
Anything to help.
Sure, but I mean, shouldn't we take care of him if he's still around first? Come back, bury them afterwards. I feel like we're doing double the work otherwise.
No. No. Put them to rest. They've suffered enough.
I agree.
It's not going to stop them until we return that's been taken.
It won't, but it will soothe them. It will return them to a rest that they deserve.
This sword that's taken, does it have any special abilities? Or is it purely a regular sword, but ceremonial?
Ceremonial. You must think it's something more.
Made of some specific type of material, or just any old iron, steel?
It's a silvered sword. The moonstone on its pommel.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but which side was wielding the sword in the fight?
I suppose this specific sword was not wielded in that turn of events, but it did once belong to me.
I see.
Was it buried with you?
No.
Would I know if gemstones are, or I said moonstones, right? Would I know if moonstones are known to have special properties?
Roll me a history, I guess.
How is that?
That is a 1, which is a 0 with your modifier.
-1.
Yeah, you're not sure.
If I could-
You've heard of a lot of stones, being from where you're from. Lots of stones. But a moonstone is something that you haven't seen.
Otherworldly.
Possibly, possibly not. Possibly just outside of your knowledge.
Doesn't surprise me.
It's a stone from the moon.
Chubby, if there's something you want to know, maybe you could ask one of us that has a positive intelligence.
I don't even know who that would be. Oh, you!
Intelligence wasn't a dumb stat.
I thought, well, after seeing some of the other characters made by these players, I thought maybe I had some compensating to do.
Intelligence.
I'm
Always
not
intelligence.
with this one. I am not the brightest. I'm not dumb. Not dumb stat. Just not focus. The fact that I have a bonus in that stat at all is like a blessing compared to our other characters.
Oh god. Anyway, what do you think about that stone thing? Have you heard of a moonstone before.
Well, what actually caught my attention was that she described it as a silver sword, which, while it could just be an alchemically silvered blade, there's also very, very powerful weapons of interdimensional races warring over such blades. We're talking about cosmic wars that go on for thousands of years. Something as powerful as a silver sword, the Gith manufactured. Are you familiar? Githzerai, Githyanki.
Nope.
They're packed with Tiamat and nothing. Okay. Long.
Drool.
Yeah, well, this is we're going to sit down for a way longer session.
Oh, my nose is going to start bleeding.
Yeah.
Can you sum up?
Regardless of how powerful the blade may or may not be, we do know that by removing the blade, it has caused agony in this area.
Sure.
Returning it would probably be our best bet.
Can
Or at least
Also, burying
taking it out
the
of the
things
hands
that were
of the
disturbed.
Templar.
Did anyone's Spidey? No, that's not. Sorry, I was gonna say Spidey senses, but did anyone think perhaps she wasn't telling the truth about it just being sacred and not magical?
I'll give an insight check on that.
That's a lot of thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
roll insight.
The Banshee's still here, right?
Oh yeah, she's.
Can I be the one to insight with advantage? Because I have a +7.
You can. That's
16
a 13
insight
plus
check.
3, 16. So, as you stare at her and listen to her, 26 for Arcus. So 19 plus 7. So as you both sit here and look at her, listening to this explanation, this story, it doesn't seem that she's lying. But perhaps she's holding something back. There's something that is going unsaid.
Well, let's get to work.
My lady, I believe if there is more to your story, or not, maybe this will help. I take out the necklace. Does this mean anything to you?
You see her gaze immediately fixate upon this necklace that you hold. She reaches out a ghostly hand and attempts to take it from you.
I slide a hand. And
Can I gather her intent if it's like harmful or if it's just like, oh, this is like the necklace that I lost as a child?
You roll me like an insight, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Can I do insight advantage or no?
No. Well, unless somebody's... Yeah, no. Because somebody else can roll an insight, too. So a 16 and a 15. Both of you, again, you catch something. You catch a flicker in her eyes. The anger, for a brief moment, replaced with a deep sadness. She gazes upon it with a cold astonishment.
I try and get her to pay attention. It's like, what does that locket mean to you? Can it help in some way?
Yeah, you feel the air get colder still, frost forming on your skin and eyelashes. She turns to you, looking you in the eyes, and says, "Where did you get this?"
The one who sent us.
Like I said, we come from the Archivist.
I thought that all of my things were long gone, turned to dust and sand.
so you say this is yours. I open the picture to turn it and show it to her.
She looks away.
This is you.
No.
In the man. No.
No.
Who is this? What is this to you?
They're my parents.
Were they part of the villagers that disappeared to time?
No. But I wish they had been.
Do they live still?
No.
Well, I've had enough. Let us finish our job here. You help us. And of course, this necklace is yours. I hope this will bridge some sort of trust between us.
You see, in this moment, it's as if she is again transported to another place. You see her head bows, looking downwards, and you can hear her lamenting to herself, I didn't know. How could I know?
Right back.
I should have known. And there's there's a moment of silence. She doesn't answer you, but you, in reply, get a cold wind that blows through, almost cutting razors to your skin.
I'm going to activate a sacred flame just to kind of keep me warm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does address you. Her voice now choked with emotion. Take it away from here. Take it away from me.
We will.
That's fine.
But what could you not have known? I'm trying to think of the way to do it in character, but I want to kind of persuade her to talk further about.
Yeah, I mean, you can roll me a persuasion.
Going to a page where a roll is happening, and I look, oh, there it is.
Okay, 21.
Good, 21.
She looks up at you slightly and says, I will tell you. But first, you must put my people to rest.
Absolutely. I turn and start digging.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't exactly have anything but this small, tiny shovel. I don't suppose you have anything bigger for someone as big as me, you know.
For the sake of interest and doing something interesting, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's specifically assigned for damage, transmute spell, but I do have shape water, and I'm curious if just for this instance you'd let me shape earth instead using transmutate spell.
I've got mold.
And
Yeah,
I'll
that's fine.
spend the sorcery
Sure.
point.
That's fine.
Hey,
She
hold on.
stops.
I've got mold earth as a cantrip.
Oh, the both of us can do it.
Perfect. Yeah, she says, the unmarked graves in the cemetery where they rested. Go there. I do not know which bones belong to whom, but I believe that matters little. The people who lived here, the ones who thrived here, they loved one another like none that I have ever seen. They were a tight-knit group, a family. I think they might actually prefer to be buried together in the end. See that this is done, then I will answer your questions.
I'll mage hand to lift the bones.
Yeah, they're not here. You
The
can see
graveyard.
there's a graveyard
Okay.
off in the distance.
Is it a big graveyard?
It is not.
Is did she mention there's a shrine to her there as well, or is it,
No.
okay? All right.
People gave her offerings and prayers
Oh.
and such for her protection, but you do not see a shrine, and she did not mention one.
Between me and Professor, we make the holes necessary.
I will mage hand any bones we find rather than touch them personally.
I'm already burying one with my shovel, and
So I suppose I suppose you all head off towards the cemetery then, towards the graveyard.
Yes.
Okay,
And maybe
it's probably a cat, cat bones or something.
Yeah. You bury somebody's cat, yeah.
Hey, I gotta start somewhere.
yeah, maybe Arctis and the professor, as we bury, maybe they can start the rituals, at least help them rest.
I know a few rituals as well. I will add them to the mix.
All right then.
Okay. You head off down the path and find yourself at the entrance to a forgotten, abandoned graveyard. Stretches out before you, the buildings around it long since destroyed.
Nice.
The graveyard itself desecrated.
Start sorting through things.
I'll start heading the direction. I'm gonna. Can I have ritual magic detect magic before we got here?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I've done that.
You again feel like a underlying magic to this place, some enchantment, but you don't feel anything more than that.
I'm gonna perception check to see if anything recently looks disturbed, like snow just came down and then
Sure.
is recovered up by something.
Yeah, roll me a perception.
Oh, nat 20 plus 7 for 7.
So, looking out over this place, you see that the graveyard is obviously disturbed. You can see that the graves have been exhumed. The resting places all kind of opened and invaded. Not a one was spared. The place itself is in ruins. It's crumbling, but there are no fresh tracks in the snow.
And he has done this all by himself.
It wouldn't be difficult. Just calculating right now, I could 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, carry the 6. I can unearth all these graves in less than a minute.
Yes, there are ways. There are always ways.
Aye, but your magic would have taken... Wouldn't have been so precise, would it?
Sure would. As long as the dirt is loose, I suppose. I mean,
Why, it wouldn't have been loose. These are years upon decades even. All...
I suppose if anything were to interrupt, it would be the coldness of the environment hardening the dirt.
I lean over and I
But
put
again, it
my
was a month
hands
ago.
to the...
What season was it a month ago? Was this place even snowing a month ago?
I reach over and I scoop up some of the earth nearby, try to run it through my hands.
I mean, the ground is cold. You scoop some up, but there's not. It's a struggle. It's solid, frozen solid.
Jambi, do you think maybe he had help? Is that what you're thinking?
He must have. If he had been a necromancer of some kind, perhaps he could have raised the first creature he brought back, or unearthed. Had
But
it
why
working
would
for
he
him.
then leave them behind? They are valuable soldiers for him at that point.
I don't know. I can't begin to fathom the workings of a wizard type. I don't know.
Well, what we do know is that he's twisted. At least, that's what the Banshee says. Still, we're not quite sure. Only our eyes will tell us. What we do know is that putting these people to rest, these bones to rest, is the right thing.
Agreed.
Well, we haven't got forever, so how do we proceed?
So we lay the caskets back first, and then we'll move some dirt. You look like a strapping lad, Jobby.
I suppose I'll do. Lay my bag down, pull out my little small shovel. Well, I guess we'll start somewhere.
Javi, why don't you do that thing that you do?
What thing?
You know, that growing thing.
Real subtle.
You guys have all seen it, right? I mean,
No.
Well,
Yeah,
the
well-
professor wouldn't have.
Not.
I mean-
I'm not. What? Not following.
I don't think Jobby knows he does it.
We got the same Jobby here. You're the Jobby that we already did stuff with.
Add it to your file.
Whatever.
Start taking notes.
So is this accurate? Are these skeletons in the coffins?
They are.
Yeah, I'll wait for everyone, but we'll start approaching people. Is the ground too hard to like dig in or use like the cantrip move earth or shape earth or whatever?
No, it's not too hard. The ground will submit to your will.
Okay. Would I be able to use thaumaturgy because it says I can make harmless tremors in the ground for 1 minute? Could I vibrate the coffin, like a coffin, back into the hole?
I don't think so. I don't think it would work that way.
I like the way you think,
That is-
though. This is
that is super
interesting way to
interesting.
do it.
Yeah.
But it could loosen ground, so we dig.
I mean, I could do that. I was thinking of that as well.
Yeah. I think there was like a board game like that.
One where they do the air bubbles up into sand and people sink in it. You can swim around in the sand and then they turn off the air bubbles and it will solidify you there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, I guess we'll start.
As you like break the entrance of this place and you step a foot onto the ground here, you feel a deep desecration. Your footfall hits, and a graveyard, a place of rest, normally should be sacred, should be consecrated ground. But this place bears corruption.
Do you cleric types, do you have cleansing skills?
I mean, I don't have any way of sanctifying the ground. That's beyond me at the moment.
Let me check my book.
I don't suppose you can make things. You can't make things clean, huh?
I mean, food, water. As far as like religious ceremonies, I mean, we can do funeral rites on these.
Right. You could use ceremony if you have it.
Again, that's a ritual spell, but I believe a cleric would need to have prepared it before they can cast it in such a way.
I mean, there's the Hallow spell, but that's a 5th level spell.
Right.
No, it's just more looking at what prayers and such you know from your churches that they might do for ground like this.
I mean, I can say whatever prayers I can.
Oh, entropy. The prayer always reaches where it goes.
Yeah.
If you expect to reach
All
This
right,
has been some people's experience, not always my own.
I'm gonna see what happens by
I
trying
think
to
I've got this. I've got
by
this.
Well,
try and do a prayer before anyone goes in the between the pillars to go back actually inside.
I
So
mean,
I'm just gonna say a prayer. 12 plus 5, 17.
Okay.
Not necessarily with any goal of like, oh, the 17 is gonna sanctify the ground. Just like
Right.
just saying a prayer that I don't know, it might help us, it might not. Who knows?
You say a prayer, your words echoing out into this frozen place. There is a moment of peace that you feel, more than likely your own, as these words soothe you. They're words that you have uttered on many an occasion, but here they bear a special weight as to the gravity of the situation. Coming back from this, though, you feel anger. You feel hatred.
I mutter my own prayer. Coming from some guy named Dave, I'm here to offer a save. With this shovel and my glaive, go back and get into the grave.
Writing that down.
It is probably specious of me, but I expected
Thank
a
you.
limerick.
Aye, yeah, thank you. I worked hard on that.
Surprising, I didn't think you had the capacity to rhyme.
Oh, you know.
Some of the time.
Hey, that's pretty good. You should write that down in your book.
I let everyone know about the anger response feeling I got before we all start walking forwards and go towards the graveyard instead of back by the tree.
Well, we should be careful then. Is there any way I can get my my little pet?
Oh, yes, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, I'm also going to, before we go in there, I'm going to use my emboldening bond. So I'm going to give it to Jobby, Entropy, and Corin this time. For the next 10 minutes, once per round, you can add a d4 on any attack roll, saving throw, or ability check that you make. You can only use the d4 once per turn.
This is appreciated.
Yes, thank you.
I go up to everyone and was like, all right, everybody, keep on your toes.
You guys probably won't like this, but I'm going to sit right here and do some ritual casting to prepare while you guys make those
wait
coffins.
until...
And it's probably going to take me about 30 minutes.
Oh, God. Okay.
Are you going to do that before? I was setting this up before we actually go into the area because I don't know if they're going to, like, come out as skeletons and attack us. So, like, I was going to get everything into the graves and then do whatever rituals to sanctify everything on the ground.
I will wait until ritual done and then re-up my protection from good and evil.
So are we burying these reburying the bones, or what are we doing?
Currently, we're playing cards while priest does ritual.
Why do you think I'm a priest?
Oh, I see.
Do I look like a priest?
It's your draw.
I go over to him like, it's alright, they thought I was a wizard at one point.
I guess it's because I'm wearing armor.
What a wonderful spell. Do you think I could learn that from you?
It's not really a spell, more of a ability that
Sure.
specific clerics that I've been learning as a child. I think it'd be possible to teach it to you, but it'd take a long time.
I see.
You need a lot of experience to spend on this type of stuff.
Well,
To
another
get up to
time.
the level that I'm at with this bond, if you catch my cold. Achoo.
yes.
Right. Since I haven't had that opportunity since before I was awakened from my slumber or trying to keep warm, I'm gonna need a moment. And I step over to the side and find a tree nearby and relieve
There
myself.
seems to be
on
one
tree.
right to our right.
So the time management part of this was you guys would do the heavy lifting stuff since you're better suited for it, and then by the time you're done with that, my spells would be prepared. At which point I could move.
Oh, I am
Earth
doing
over
heavy
the
lifting.
grades, but now it just seems like you're taking a nap.
Originally, again, my response was, I got a whole bunch of anger standing at the gateway into the graveyard. So I wasn't sure if crossing that threshold would mean we'd be attacked by a bunch of angry undead. and
This
then
is
you would
why
just
I am sorting bones by mage hand from outside grave area.
Oh, I can do that too.
Well, you are doing ritual
Okay, but someone's decided to take a nap because no one's doing anything. So
because he can't go
You
in.
did- I mean, we could walk in and see if they're going to attack us, and then if they don't attack us, you could go out and start doing your rituals, and then we'll start putting the bodies away. But I got
Rather
this really
wait till ritual
intense
is done,
feeling
but
of anger and hatred as I.
Well, for the
approach.
sake of argument, we could just say that time passes and you finish the ritual.
yes.
I could also send Kai to do a flyby.
I have an idea. For my first ritual, I'll do augury. Do you want me to link it?
Not familiar with that one.
Sure. I think it's the one where you ask a yes, no, or
Is it good or bad if we walk into that graveyard?
right, will or will. What does your augury look like, I suppose?
Oh, I fish out. I have ancient dragon bones in a pouch, and they have runes carved onto various sides of them. As they fall and land in different directions, it'll tell me, well, give me an idea of what's good or bad as a result.
Okay. You throw these bones. It's this is a very complicated question. I suppose the bones would come back with woe.
It would seem that it's an unfavorable for us to step inside there, and it's a very vague response I get. So take that as you will and proceed cautiously.
So you can continuing your rituals.
I mean, I can shoot from back here if necessary, so
That what? all
and
my
I can stop
rituals.
at any time.
Well, anyone that's gonna go inside, I guess we should all be ready. Maybe be close together.
Well,
Jobby, can you hear me back there?
Aye, almost done. Oh, you
I know
wild one.
if I would have some cover, I wouldn't mind stepping in. Never been able to accomplish something without getting my hands dirty. I don't expect to do it now.
Arctis, are you fully cleric, or are you crossed with other
just
disciplines?
cleric. Just clear.
Well, you're best suited for
As
the
you step in, Corin, there is a cold wind that blows as multiple voices carry on the wind. Intruders, come to further desecrate. No! I need everyone to roll initiative.
There we go.
No desecrate. Just help. Never mind.
Just a reminder, so it's,
We weren't able to click ourselves. Hopefully that went.
Jobby, who's back here taking a nap, has advantage on initiative.
Taking a nap. I was never taking a nap. I was just taking a piss.
Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Figures begin to kind of appear as if
Not any
stepping
better.
out of like the ethereal plane. Rising from the ground.
That was with your advantage story.
Apparently.
The exact same 4 + 1 roll. For 5.
Yep.
Ugh.
Okay. Let's roll some initiatives here.
I need a new D20, please.
Okay.
We reprogram new D20, please.
Let me check my spell book.
Office on
Okay.
Bow going at 18.
Great.
Entropy at 16. Arcus at 15. Jobby at 5. And Corin at 4. And then a bunch of enemies. They're gonna go.
Okay, I suppose we'll start with the professor. As these creatures begin to rise from the ground, stepping out of like some sort of an ethereal plane into view in the material world, you can see pain, hatred, anger plastered across their ghostly faces.
Is anybody else
Yep.
hearing that weird sound?
It's well, in the industry we call that music.
It's music. Just music.
Mood
There is
setting
one
music.
ghost with a ghetto blaster on his shoulder.
All right, so assuming these are they skeletons or zombies? Can I identify from here?
I mean, roll me a religion,
Arcana?
I suppose, or an arcana, one of the two. I'll let you roll either.
They're the same.
All right. Look.
Okay.
It makes no difference. I will roll Arcana.
Yeah, so that's an 18. And then your arcana is going to be a dirty 20.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, looking at these entities that have appeared, you can tell that these are ghosts, spirits, restless spirits, coming to defend what
Damn it,
little
me
they
without
have
my
left.
proton pack.
Well,
All right.
being a
Um,
scholarly nature, I'm going to test if cold damage affects them and do a ray of frost.
Sure. Which one are you going to try to attack?
This one right in the center.
Okay, this one. Got it. Go for it. Okay, a 22 will strike. Go ahead and roll me damage. Okay, what does your ray of frost look like?
Well, it is a thin straight line that jets out of my arcane focus. And it's cold and blue, but it's probably indiscernible by this weather we're already in right now. Barely a line streaking from my hand to the target.
Okay. It strikes this creature, and you see frost and ice, like almost like an explosion of as it hits. Doesn't seem to phase this thing.
As I had a feeling. Cold is no good, or perhaps to resist it, use other means of damage.
Understood.
Entropy.
Curious though, is it still affected by the speed reduction?
I'm not sure, but I'll go with yes.
Okay.
We'll let it be
So-
affected by speed reduction.
'Cause
Absolutely.
Ray of Frost chops off 10 feet of movement on his targets.
Got it. Mhm. Entropy.
Meta magic. I'm going to twin a sacred flame spell.
Okay. Which ones
To
are
send
you
it
going to
to which one got slowed?
hit? This one.
Okay, I send to the other two.
The other two.
Alpha.
Okay. Those are
Yes,
dex
Alpha.
saves, right?
Hmm?
Those are dex saves, right?
It is a dex save, yes.
Okay.
I'm putting it in the chat now.
Oop, they don't have advantage. So 3 that fails, and then 7. They both fail. Roll your damage.
Where's there it is? Should I roll twice for damage?
Because it's twinned, I think you only roll once, and it shares the damage. It
Share
does the same damage
Fair
to
enough.
each. Yeah.
All right. so
What does
it-
your sacred flame look like?
So there is literally like a spotlight of flame comes down from the heavens. In the same way that something might come from a cloud, clouds open up and let this beam come down.
Okay.
And we get great. I think I'm going to use something at this point, or is it only workable on damage? Give me one moment to check something.
Sure.
There it is.
Conjure success from failure. No, that is ability check. And what is the other one? There it is. Fail saving throw. No, miss with an attack throw. Neither work on damage. Do 3 damage to both. Radiant.
3 damage to both. Got it. Okay. Is there anything else?
Yes, I want better dice.
Arctis. Arctis.
Oh, his volume's not coming through.
Sorry, I accidentally muted myself.
Oh.
I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame at this one. I'm
Okay.
gonna take out one of my cigars that some people might remember from the last one. I'm gonna take a deep breath,
cigars.
and I'm gonna breathe out. But instead of coming out of my lungs, it comes down from the sky, and it just like the smoke sears the skeleton's ghost.
Where were those dice? Can I use your dice next time?
Maybe just below.
Okay. So that's going to be 15 damage. Is that correct?
As long as
Okay.
it's
And which one was it? The top one?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
that
dex save. Sorry.
Yeah, Dex
Dex save.
Chosen by gods, my booty.
Nice.
13 is going to
Yes.
fail. So, okay. Great. So 15 damage. Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's all I've got.
Okay. This one slowed, but it will move, kind of blinking in and out of the material in the ethereal plane. You see it disappears and it reappears directly in front of Corin. And it is going to utilize a withering touch. You see it reaches out towards you. It's not even in a threatening manner. It reaches out to you and touches you, or attempts to. An 8, I'm assuming that is going to miss. So you're able to kind of move back out of its grasp as its ethereal hand kind of passes in front of you. The next one will move down here, kind of blinking in and out of the ethereal again, to here, and is going to attempt to do the same thing to Corin. A 10, that is also going to miss. And finally, this one is going to move forward, and it kind of blinks into view here, but as it does, it lets out kind of like a mournful wail. And I need everyone to make wisdom saving throws, DC 13.
Is there a distance on that, or
60 feet.
it's the bottom one?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you're all
I
in
do not.
range. Okay, you do not. Arctis, you do not.
The thing I'm going to use,
Roy,
I couldn't use last time.
Okay, so, wow. Mike, you're the professor. He succeeds, and Jobby fails. So everyone but the professor fails.
Wait, one moment.
Okay.
Quick.
Oh, I don't think I can use that embolden.
10 is also a fail, yes?
10 is a fail. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, I am now. I don't know whose that is.
Not.
I just came unmuted. Jobby, Corin, and Entropy get a plus D4 on their rolls. I don't know if
Okay,
that'll help.
so Jobby, Corn, and Entropy can roll a d4.
Do we lose corn?
I can hear it right now. I don't.
So-
No, I hear it now.
So make that. So my roll is a 14 then.
Okay, so you succeed. Who else?
Okay, the 13.
You succeed.
Woohoo.
So Arctis is the last one, is that right? Or
It's
or
not. I didn't
oh,
give
it was
to Arctis,
Corin.
I gave it to
it was
Corin.
Corin.
Even though
Corin-
Thor won't get it because I think it's like 12.
Roll a.
Don't-
Give him just
Add
a
your
simple
D4 yet.
amount.
Did you roll your wisdom save already?
Yeah, you
I
got
rolled a
6.
wisdom save, and I you said I did not pass, right? I failed.
Oh, I see it. Yes. Roll a d. Well, even with a d4, it won't matter. So,
Yeah, so don't roll the D4 because you only get
yeah,
to use it.
Roy, you fail. So Corn fails. You are immediately struck with fright, terrifying fright. And just so you are aware, I'll flash this up for you. This is the frightened condition.
What is that noise?
I do not know whose noise that
Somebody's
is.
That's
got
coming
beeping.
from mine, and I don't know how to stop it. It's
Okay.
coming
Is
from my
something
roll.
behind? Is it something behind you? Yeah, the that system behind you is lights are flashing. One.
Well, that's because it's hearing it.
Oh,
Jobby.
It's something
Alright.
with roll 20.
It shouldn't be.
Try muting your roll 20. See if it goes away. Go under audio and video and remove your master music.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I have them occasionally.
well, it got quiet.
It stopped already.
Mhm.
Hey!
It's
Okay, well, there we go. All right, Jobby.
oh.
All right.
Let me see. Yes.
So I take off running, come over here, and like to rage for one,
Very well.
and of
Is
course
this
that.
the growing
you-
time?
Yeah, when you rage,
No, he
you get
grows.
much larger. So there you go.
I elbow the professor and go, see?
And of course I take a swing at this thing.
Sure, you have advantage. 19 will hit. You don't need to roll your
19.
advantage. Roll damage.
Possibly crit.
All right, and that's
Yeah, I would roll it again just in case you crit. That's true. You do have advantage. There you go.
Crit.
there's
You
a crit.
There's a crit. Okay, so roll damage.
All right,
Ear, 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 ear.
+2. It's 7 for the first
Okay.
hit.
Gotcha. 7. So that'll end up being 12
Okay,
because of the
Um,
crit. Okay.
it's first hit. Second,
Yep.
second strike.
Oh yeah.
Another
Ooh.
nat 20.
Oh, okay. Nat 20's everywhere.
Um,
Okay. Roll damage.
So
So
that's
that's
12,
So
and
that'd be
then
22.
wouldn't it be right?
Yeah,
What?
because it's doubled because it's a crit.
Okay, and then yeah, the 2. Yeah, okay,
Okay.
and yeah, that's actually it.
Okay, you slash your glaive through it twice. Each time, it seems like the blade gets more and more frost on it as you see wisps of this ethereal creature kind of leave as it gets dimmer and dimmer, weaker and weaker. Corin,
Ooh.
you are frightened.
Yes. And which one's the one that frightened me?
It was this one here.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can't willingly move any closer to that one.
Right. All right. Well, I guess the one that's pincered right now between all of us, I'm going to go for that one. So I will go ahead and attack that one.
Sure.
And then I guess I use my.
You have disadvantage.
I have disadvantage on all attacks, or
Yes,
disadvantage
because
just
you
on
are
certain?
frightened. Because you can still see it. So yes, you are frightened. Disadvantage.
I see. Okay.
And you're attacking this one, or you're attacking this one?
This one, that one, the one that
This
you.
one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then it's actually normal because you have advantage and disadvantage, so it's normal.
Okay. So just
Roll,
normal.
Yeah. Roll roll your attacks, or your attack. I suppose.
Is it best to just roll just a short sword on this? I guess.
It's up to you.
Well, I mean,
A short sword
rolling
is.
I'm rolling my psychic blade, so a psychic blade appears in my hand.
Yeah.
Short sword was used last time.
Again?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you used the short sword last time.
Yeah.
So
I think I remember that. That's what I had to do. Yeah. So that is 7. Do I add the D4 or no?
You can because you haven't used it yet. I don't think because you failed last time. So
Right.
roll a
So,
d4. Although a 13, you don't need to. A 13 is good enough to hit.
Oh, okay. So then I will
Yeah.
keep it.
You're good.
So then I will. So now I roll to hit. So now I roll to attack. Just this one.
Yeah. You can click on the word short sword under the 13.
Oh wait, what?
Where it
there
says 13, you can click on the word short sword
Oh, okay.
in the chat, and it'll roll your damage.
Sweet.
So 9.
That's
9.
What is that? That is 6. That's a 6, right? Oh, +9. Yeah. So that's 9, but then I get a sneak attack, don't I?
You would have sneak attack. Well, no, you wouldn't because you don't have advantage. You have to have advantage. And because you're frightened, you don't have advantage.
Oh, so I lose my sneak attack, even though he's pincered.
Yep. Anything else?
Understood. Yes. Well, then I will. I guess I will continue. I have another attack, right? So I will go ahead and
Sure.
take another attack. Oh wait, do I add?
Do you have?
I get to add the psychic blade damage as well, right?
Yes. Yes, you do. If you're using psychic blades, yes.
Okay. So that is a D8.
Yep. And you don't have another attack. I don't think you get 2 attacks as a thief. I don't think.
I think I think I get 2 attacks when I do. I get 2 when I'm using psychic blade, but the second one is less.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
Go for it. That's your psychic blade attack, right?
Right. So I'm gonna add the 8. So
Okay.
I just roll a D8. How do I do
Sure.
that? I'll go up here. This is always okay. And this is where I go. Or it's just 1. So that's a D8 that adds to it.
Okay. So 3 more damage.
Yep. And then I'll go ahead and do that second attack.
That's enough to kill it.
Oh, okay. Well, then the second attack. In that case, yeah, I just stab him through with my psychic blade, and I turn to the next guy, and then just take my next attack right at him.
Sure.
This one's just going to be at disadvantage, right? Because there's no advantage.
Yes, this will be a disadvantage. You
This is
don't
a
have any sort of flanking.
Yikes! So this one's at disadvantage completely, right? All right.
You're at disadvantage, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Go for it.
Fine.
Roll again. That is not good
You can
enough.
roll the d4 on this.
It was so good.
Yeah, you can use your D4. Yes.
Okay, so I'll go
Roll
ahead.
high.
If they do make you make any saves, you won't be able to use it on those saves, just so you're aware.
Roll high.
Can't see
So
it.
11. That hits.
All right, sweet. So that hits.
Roll your psychic blades damage.
That's 2.
Okay, so it's a 5 piercing.
5, and then I'll just throw the psychic damage on top of it. I only get a few of those, but we'll add it. Where's my 8? There it is. I almost can see it. There it is.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. Okay.
Wow.
Great. Is there? I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Wisdom saving throw coming right now.
It's a DC 13.
Ooh.
Okay, you are still frightened. You're still frightened. Okay, is there anything else?
That is all.
Okay, Professor.
No. I'll just
I don't suppose I have anything magical effective here, but old reliable longbow. Let's take a
Sure.
shot at the one down towards the bottom that's not through a direct line of fire of my party members.
Sure. This one got it. Go for it. 23. I mean, yeah, that hits. Okay.
4 damage.
Anything else?
No, I don't think there's anything. I think we pretty much have this wrapped up. I'm not going to spend too much on it.
Okay. Yeah, you pull an arrow into your longbow. You pull it back and you fire, and the air cuts through the frozen wind here, slams into the target. You see it goes directly through, pulling a tiny wisp of its essence basically behind it like a thread as it disappears into the snow. Entropy.
About Professor, yes?
He went.
Oh, did he? I missed. I only heard Roy talking.
I mean,
All right.
it wasn't very impressive.
Yeah, he shot a longbow.
That's all right. Neither was mine. And in this moment, you hear Entropy muttering something about favored by gods, my butt. And I start walking this way. And the cloak that he wears unfurls into the wings as he decides to do this for himself. And burning hands in a cone that gets both those ghosts.
Okay, very well. Burning hands
Released
for
at
both.
third level.
Sure.
Let's see where I go here, and I go here, and I click at that.
You know, I can tell you didn't pay attention to my turn because most people don't wander into the firing line of arrows sailing across the battlefield, but he just moseyed right through.
I
So-
tend to. Actually, that is very on par for me.
Advantageous.
That is true. Okay, so what's your is your spell save DC 13?
DC 13, yes.
Okay, great. I'll roll 2 dex saves, starting with the top one
Half
One.
damage for
and
Saves.
2. So 19 and
Okay.
5. The first one succeeds. The second one does not. Roll your damage.
all right. This is 4d6. No, 5d6. 5d6. So the one that's saved takes 11. The other takes 22.
4, 6, 4, 5, 3.
Okay. Anything else?
No, this is my turn.
Okay, you let go of this cone of flame as you hold your hands out in front of you. It seems to steam the very air as it's an eruption of flame, but also an eruption of of a cloud as you like conjure this extreme heat into this frigid place. It envelops both of these ghosts, and you can see that their essence has grown dimmer. Arctus.
Oh well, I'm gonna, cause I'm all scared. I'm gonna trip and fall on myself. I'm gonna trip over. I trip over my wooden leg. And I like stumble back to my feet. I'm like, oh no, my friend needs me. I turn around. I'm like, damn you! And I cast Sacred Flame at the one that tried to scare me.
Wonderful. It's this one here. So it's going to be a dex save.
15, 5 damage.
8. 8 is not going to do it. So
Does
it's
not
going to
make
take
it.
radiant damage as you slam another sacred flame into this creature.
Take another deep breath of my cigar and breathe out. And it comes down and just. And I'm like, go to hell.
Okay.
And I turn around and I'm like, oh, okay. I hide behind this pillar. Like, oh god! I point out my holy symbol at it. Like, oh.
Okay. Yeah, this ghost in front of Corin will again reach out, attempting to grab at you. Withering touch.
Is
A
this
15.
spell or this is attack? This is not
It
spell.
is an attack. It's not a spell.
That's okay.
Does a 15 hit you, Corin?
Does the 15 hit me? What is it?
Meet it,
How do
beat
I
it. Your
It's-
armor class.
Yeah, I'm 14, so yeah.
14 does hit. Okay. So yeah, you're distracted for a brief moment as you like pull back from this torrent of flame that goes shooting past you. And as the flame clears and the cloud of vapor parts, you see a ghostly hand slam into your chest. You feel your heart kind of stop. It sees as if like you're having some sort of an emergency. And it's going to do 13 necrotic damage.
Oof.
I as I see this happening, I use my reaction to dodge, and unfortunately, it's too quick. So I use my uncanny dodge, and that will cut the damage in half.
Very well. So you'll take 6 necrotic. This other creature will turn and look towards Entropy, I suppose, blinking in and out of view until it's off to your side. You turn quickly to see this horrifying, like visage of a a specter like in your face almost immediately. It screams out a wail and attempts to grab you as well.
So is this good or evil?
13.
Does this count as good or evil?
This would, yeah, I mean, it would be, yes.
I'm protect against certain types of creatures, including undead. The protection grants several benefits. Those types have disadvantage on attack rolls.
So a 13. Does a 13 hit?
A 13 does not hit, I don't believe, double checking.
I was waiting for him to be like, yes.
13 does hit.
It does hit. Okay. Yeah. You see for a brief moment as the hand shoots in towards you, there's a brilliant flash of like radiant light, but it's just not fast enough as it slams into your chest as well. You feel your heart skip a beat and squeeze as you take 21 necrotic damage.
But damn.
Jobby.
This is why I don't believe prayers always hit their mark.
That's a lot.
No, you misunderstood, my friend. I said they're heard. It's whether they choose to listen and comply. Does always happen.
I don't even think they're heard.
Well, they'll hurt, hopefully. I take a swipe with my glaive at the one to the left.
Sure. So you move forward and attack it.
I don't have to. It's the range.
Oh yeah, you've got a glaive. That's right. So a 19 will definitely hit.
Okay. Let's
roll your damage.
All right. So that's 8 plus 2, 10.
Okay. Yeah. Again, you see your glaive slash through ice crystals forming on the metal as you see wisps of its essence trail out behind your weapon as it passes.
So it does no damage, is what you're saying?
No, you see it does damage.
Oh, okay. It's just taking a bit of it away. Got you.
Watch where you're swinging that thing.
I'm not done yet, and I swing it again.
Yes, but
okay, that also hits. Yeah,
Aye.
Damage.
10
Okay.
more damage.
Yeah, you follow up that first slash with a thrust straight through it, and you see kind of like a hole appears in its chest where you attempt to run it through. Some of the ethereal like miasma that makes it kind of scatters. It looks weaker. Corin.
And just I'm not. He's not.
Oh,
no,
sorry. Never mind.
Bonus.
Yes.
I
Never mind.
realized I forgot both of my reactions. Oh well.
Jobby.
Pole arm master.
Yes.
Wrong one. Assuming that hits. Sorry.
Right. An 11.
It does not hit, does it?
It does. You swing
okay.
the pommel around. After that thrust, you pull the weapon back. You swing the pommel around and slam the back of your polearm into it. Again, you see it. It grows weaker.
I'm done.
Okay, now we're on Corin.
all right. In that case, turn around's fair play.
Okay, roll another.
All right. Yes, right. Disadvantage.
Okay, 18 hits. Yes. Roll damage.
So, another dagger appears in my hand, and I thrust it in.
Sure. Okay, and then you have your psychic blades as well.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and add the psychic. That's adding 2 more damage.
2 more damage. Okay, it is very weak. You can almost barely see it.
Okay. With my deep breath, I do another attack.
Okay, roll another attack. Yep.
Oh.
23 will hit.
It'll hit. So I think I'm supposed to. Yeah, this is the one I'm supposed to do. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to.
That's okay. Go ahead and click on the word dagger underneath. Yep. Okay, and then you have psychic blades as well.
Yep. And I have the psychic damage.
Okay. Yeah, you thrust this weapon into this creature. You can feel the psychic damage kind of radiating outward. It screams a wailful moan as it disappears before you.
I
Yes.
take a breath of relief. It's down. Now, when I'm being feared, I cannot run up to this guy. That's
No,
correct.
you can't approach him. Mm-mm.
Okay.
You do get an additional save at the end of
But
this
you
turn.
can roll a wisdom save now at the end of your turn. DC 13.
Okay.
You will get to use this D4 if you want. If you didn't use it yet.
Yes. Oh, did I use it? Oh, no,
Not yet. This turn.
No, you did use it.
He did last turn.
Yeah, last turn, not this turn.
So this turn is
Roll,
free to use for your will save if you want to.
Roll a wisdom save. It will not matter.
6 again.
It will not matter. You are still frightened. Professor.
I see that Entropy's got himself in a bit of trouble. Is that right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Entropy is the trouble.
Move to a bit of a strategic position, and using the sheer power of my mind alone, I try and shove the ghost away from me using telekinesis.
Okay.
DC is 16, strength save.
Okay. A strength save. Is it just pure strength then?
It's
I
my
don't think
mind
it has
versus his
athletics
strength.
or. Okay, gotcha. So,
Just let you know, I did move Kai on his turn, and that's all he did.
so that'll be an 8. I assume that fails.
So he shoved 5 feet away from me, which is the diagonal.
Okay.
I don't know if that equates to an opportunity attack for Entropy since he's moving out of his threatened
Forced
range.
movement. I don't
Forced
believe
movement
forced
doesn't.
movement triggers opportunity attacks.
Okay.
Sadly.
Either way, fall back before you die in the graveyard.
Okay.
How appropriate.
Mhm.
And then
Okay.
that's a bonus action, so I will take my
Okay.
shot with a longbow.
Sure.
It doesn't look too good.
That does not, unfortunately, an 8. It's going to be a miss. You push this creature back, and then you pull up your longbow and fire, but your hands are cold. Your arms are, even though this adrenaline is pumping, your body kind of freezes up for a moment, and it knocks the arrow just slightly off course.
I can barely draw this thing back on a good day. I have spaghetti for arms.
What
Okay,
strength
is
do you
that
think?
it?
Very powerful at turning pages in books, though.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, entropy.
Starting off with Healing Word, casting at level 2.
Mhm.
Better roll, hopefully.
7.
I'll take some 7 points back.
Yes.
That is my bonus action. I will then fire my crossbow at him. Let me get there.
Sure.
At my 7, I am up to now 14 hit points. Woohoo! And we fire crossbow.
Do it.
Where is... there he is.
Not one.
That is not going to hit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to then move
Okay.
behind that post.
Yeah, you pull up your crossbow, but you're injured. Your body still feels as if there's pressure on your heart. You go up to pull your crossbow, but your hands are shaking. You're not sure if it's from the pain or from the cold, but regardless, your bolt fires and misses.
It's for me absent-mindedly forgetting to use shield last turn. That is what it is from.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking myself.
Archivist.
I still being afraid. Oh, can I've retroactively made a will save because I didn't, or a wisdom save because I didn't make one at the end of last turn.
I thought you weren't affected.
No,
thought
I
you
was.
passed it.
No, I
Oh, were
failed.
you?
I don't
Oh, I
know.
thought everybody succeeded. Okay, very well. Yes, you can make your.
7. Yay!
Okay,
so I
yeah,
can make,
okay.
make this turn.
Yeah,
normal.
you're good this turn. Mhm.
All right. I'm gonna have recovered from being cowardly for a second. I'm gonna pick myself up, and I'm gonna run over and be like, "Get out of here! You leave this demon to me!" And I'll take another deep breath of a cigar, and I'll breathe
You
it
said
down.
get
at him.
out of here, you to me?
Yeah, you're almost dying.
Not anymore.
All right,
You
so
killed
Dex
my
dex
friend.
save. Dex
A
save.
good
Dex
hit.
save. The dex save is going to be a 19.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
It phases into the ethereal as soon as you cast this spell. It's your spell slamming into the ground where it stood, melting a small pat of snow.
well, in that case, I'm gonna cast another spell because it's just one guy.
What boggles my mind is he could have ran the opposite direction and still reached him with that spell. Why are you running in there to get hit?
Because I'm not gonna get hit, and
Okay.
there's the thing that's next on the turn, and it would just go over and kill him. So
Are you
there
done?
better be.
Okay, you're done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shield.
It's going to phase in or phase out and then phase back in front of you. And as it
Yeah.
phases in, you see kind of like a flurry of snow, and you see a hand reaching out to grasp at you. 22.
I will
Um,
grip my hands out in front and just claw at time itself
Mhm.
and reverse that enough to make him possibly roll a different future.
I
Okay.
also have another thing if that does not work.
20.
Oh. I will silvery barbs this thing.
Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay, so it needs
Keep
to roll
going
again.
with screwing with this guy.
Yeah. 23.
What the hell? There's nothing I can do for you. You get
No,
it.
it's totally fine. I'll be all right.
Okay. Yeah. You see like a brief moment as like time, there's a wrinkle in time. It's almost as if there is like a stutter where you see it, you don't, you see it, you don't. And then the hand slams into your chest, your heart stops, and you are going to take
21.
21
It's-
necrotic
It
damage.
seems
This is the
that
problem.
in every timeline, you were meant to be punished for running in there.
Jobby.
I mean, here's what I will say. All of those 20s would have hit and killed Entropy.
That's true.
I
Jobby.
wasn't going to get hit.
That's
This
why I
is
pulled him
thing.
away.
You made a false assumption about me. Your fault.
Help is on the way regardless, friends.
My silvery barbs is going to give advantage to the big guy. Advantage on next attack to him.
Die again.
Okay, roll again for advantage.
Right. Good.
Okay, 14 does hit.
Oh, thank
Roll your
goodness.
damage.
All right. Yeah. Wow, that was a crazy day. 7.
Okay. Okay, roll again. I know you have another attack.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
There
Okay.
we go. That's
Roll
a
one
hit.
more to see if you crit. That will hit.
Roll again. All right.
Don't you have advantage? Oh no, you only. Never mind. You only had it for the one. Okay, yeah,
No.
21 will hit. Roll. Roll your
okay.
damage. Yeah.
All
Sorry.
right.
Roll your damage.
That's 13.
13. Okay. All right. It is barely there.
I use my bonus action, polearm strike. And
Nice.
that is, I should have rolled for this. How it did it again? Sorry, hang on a sec.
Is that the damage?
Yeah, that's the damage. That's why I said hang on a
Okay.
sec. Oh,
9 is not going to be good enough.
9?
Unfortunately.
You
Not
do
gonna be
still
good
have a
enough.
D4.
I
that you
see. That's
can
what I get
roll
for getting
Oh,
overzealous.
you have a D4. Roll your D4.
if you want.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm the D4, man.
That will hit.
All right. So he's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
take. So what do we roll? We rolled a 9, 10, 11. So 11 more points
Okay.
of damage.
That will also, it will also disappear into like a puff of ethereal power, leaving you alone here. again.
Like that child from the Christmas story. I licked the metal of the
Great. There is your intelligence dump stat.
Oh shit! It stuck. I can't get. My tongue is stuck to the glaive.
Do you guys want?
Try
I can,
pouring booze on it might help.
do you want? I can try and
What a good
shift
idea.
the screen around so we see the rolls on the stream. Do you guys want that? You look at the stream right now.
Roll your faith in again, I think.
And
Hey,
there it
good.
goes.
What is this noise?
I hear a.
It's right
It's
here.
back.
It's a dangerous animal.
There it
He's
goes.
about to-
I turned it off completely. So the audio is coming from roll 20. Something's weird.
Okay.
If you guys want, if you want to spend 10 minutes, I can do a prayer of healing and get us all some health back. If you want to wait.
I would not mind this. I'm not at half health, but still worse than I would like to be.
Well, this is probably a good opportunity if we want to take a quick break.
Yeah, I suppose we could take a break here for sure.
Prayer of healing during break.
Yep. I'll
Yeah,
channel it.
that sounds good. Prayer of healing during break.
Okay, how long are we doing here? 12, 15?
Yeah, let's stick with our standard 15. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen, in 15 minutes. Stick around.
Woohoo.
And here we go.
I think we're
We're back.
All right. Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us for that break. I gotta mute the audio here. Well, as Herbie said, once again, subscriptions are important. We hope you'll consider subscribing, whether it's using a voucher or whether it's joining one of our many tiers. Or if you just want to make a donation. Again, these donations and subscriptions help keep us afloat and help keep us going. But we won't delve into that too much further. I want to get back to the game and back to the adventure. So I'll turn it back over to the DM. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so after your combat has concluded, you find yourself again alone in this graveyard. The bodies of these villagers displayed before you, their graves open, desecrated.
Well, everyone okay?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yes, first time fighting a ghost, but I will not be caught off guard again.
Right. Well, it looks like all is quiet now. Shall we get back to putting them to rest?
As you guys are starting to putting everything back, I'll do that prayer of healing.
Sure. Yeah, you begin to utilize your mold earth. You close the caskets and lower them back down. You began the process of kind of undoing the damage that was done here. Your prayer, your best shot at trying to put these spirits to rest, trying to reconsecrate this desecrated place. Roll me, I guess, a religion.
I would like to try one thing also that might help.
Sure.
It seems unorthodox, but sure, why not? I'm unorthodox. I'm going to, on the top of the graves, have sacred flame strike the ground so as to radiant and blow away anything, burn away anything that could be left behind, residual.
That's a very
I love it.
sweet sentiment.
Roll with advantage.
Except
Okay.
that sacred flame can only target a living creature.
Mhm. For this, though,
Also-
I'll allow it.
Study.
Also, it seems a bit cold out. Do you mind shrinking me a bit?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Actually,
Appreciate it.
Gotcha.
It's
I
like
love that you
something
shrink
has
when
been
it's cold. That makes sense.
Yeah, of course it does.
Vulnerable to small.
All right.
What's the religion check for?
I was asked
For his prayer. Okay, yeah, you begin to kind of pray as Entropy utilizes Sacred Flame. The place, as the last bit of dirt is molded over the top, and this place goes to somewhat of a feeling of normalcy. Your prayer concludes, and you feel, instead of an anger, instead of a resentment, instead of pain, you feel almost acceptance, peace.
I was gonna add, if I could have,
Yeah.
I would have liked to have just kind of investigate in the area around to see if there's anything where that sword could have come from. Where that's kind of what I'm looking for. If there's anything out of the ordinary unearthed, but specifically, I was looking for where that sword might have come from.
Roll me a perception check.
Well, he is doing that. I am also curious of buildings, so when we get a chance, I would like to look more at the building behind cemetery.
I too would like
Sure.
to go investigate that building.
Sure, you do. That's not a problem. Yeah, you all kind of begin to look around. Roll me investigations for your building, your exploration.
I'd like to guidance first.
Sure, of course.
That's a 24 on my
I
perception.
don't think I need guidance.
Could have cast it on me.
I still can. I still can.
So, yeah, Entropy, you're
no.
not sure. There's
Actually,
a lot.
I will use one sorcery point for magical guidance.
Oh, okay, sure.
Surely
Basically,
worth
same
it.
thing.
I will guide you to fail again.
No, much better.
Okay,
Ah.
sure.
It's,
Okay,
16.
yeah, 16. So yeah, you all begin to kind of fan out and look at things as everything has gone back to normal, and you find that this building here, as you walk through it, it appears to be the scorched remains of possibly a. At first, you thought perhaps a church due to its proximity to this graveyard, but you can see that this place, this graveyard, was not always here. It seems newer than this place. This place appears to be some sort of a tavern. And buried underneath the rubble here, you see that the rubble here has been disturbed. Moving a few bits of stone and burnt lumber off, you can find underneath a skeleton. And with the high rolls that you had for your investigations and perceptions, you notice through its chest there is a spot in this ash where something was rested, where it plunged.
Did it look like it rested with the skeleton? As if on top of the skeleton?
It was plunged through the chest of the
Looks like it
skeleton.
was plunged through the
Does
chest.
this look like the cause of death? Is it blade-like?
Roll me a medicine, I suppose.
Maybe, do I know that one?
Well, that is
Yeah,
rolling.
medicine
Was
check.
anything in this
Well,
book?
I think
if anyone
if
wants to
anyone
aid
wants
me, I have a +7 for medicine.
I was going to say, I think it's more suited for Arctic. Is that your name?
Arctic.
Arctis. I will bless Arctis. Not bless. Guidance on Arctis. If someone else wants to give a help action.
I was just about to say I appreciate your vote in confidence, but don't think that's me.
You've not taken apart a lot of bodies in your life.
Well,
Okay.
25.
Okay, 25. With your bonus to guidance, that's going to be a 27.
nice.
You look at the remains of this body, and you can see, you kind of touch the bones on the chest, and you can feel where the blade went in. You can tell where the bone is damaged from a blade. And looking through it, you look at where it's placed, and that wound, where it enters, would be fatal.
I look around, do some CSI examining, where I get down and put my hands around it.
Now, for my
Get down,
knowledge
smoke
of
a cigar.
a silver alchemically
Yeah.
silvered blade, is that
Peace
it's
day.
a silver coating over the top and not forged of silver, because that'd be way too soft of a metal. So, are there any trace remnants of silver where it may have scraped off upon impact?
Yes, with your investigation, I suppose, kind of pinched in between the cut in the bone, you find just the tiniest speck of metal.
Well, I can probably deduce that this was where our banshee friend may have died, and her resting place was here with the sword in her chest.
Unless, can we deduce that this was a female?
I mean, I
Medicine should be able to tell this.
think with
Yes.
certain hip,
That is something that can be said by looking at bones.
certain bone sizes
Yeah,
are different.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I mean, you rolled a 27 in medicine, so looking at the structure of the bones, you know that bone structure does
Hips.
that bone structure does appear differently in certain instances. You can relatively, with a good amount of certainty, assume that this was female.
I think that's probably more than likely what happened.
Well, there you go.
Let's,
I'm gonna start saying a prayer for the around the corpse, just to try and bless it.
I'm going to very
Mhm.
reverently start shifting the earth around and digging a bit of a hole with mold earth, not to disturb the body too much.
Sure.
16.
Okay.
Or do you suppose she'd want to be placed back in the graveyard with the others?
We could.
This might
but,
be a good question for her.
I don't think she's going to go with it at this
That's
point.
why I'm saying ask before we bury her somewhere.
Nah,
Let her know we found her remains and we'll bury her.
I would think she probably thinks she doesn't deserve it.
If
I think a proper burial would not be a bad idea.
if she's aged
However-
down to just bones and whatnot, we can politely collect her into a sack of some kind and
Wherever
Sure.
a proper funeral
Why not?
need to be done, I'll make sure they get done.
All right. Well, since I'll
not
start
the more
collecting her.
respectable way to do it.
Yeah, most respectful way you can. Just start grabbing, flinging her in there.
okay.
Right.
Okay.
It's not like I folded her up or anything. She was carefully sort of pushed into the sack.
All right. All right then.
I gotta learn to lighten up around you guys. 'Cause I am just
She was
cringing.
gently shoved in the sack.
Yeah. See, comfy,
Okay.
cozy.
Right. Sure. As you do this, the mists. Oh, go ahead.
I was wondering if I had my hand on the necklace, would there be anything on that with the side of the bones?
What do you mean?
As I approach the bones and come close to this skeleton, is there a feeling, a sort of ephemeral sort of affinity, I should say, actually, to the skeleton and the necklace? Do they feel like?
You don't feel anything. You hold on to this necklace and you move towards it, but you don't feel. There's nothing that changes. There's no feeling that rushes into you. Yeah, there's none of that.
So, it could be her. It could not be.
By the way, any interesting things in this lower structure on the property?
No, you kind of sift through it for a moment, but you come up with nothing. What you do find that is interesting, I suppose, with your investigation checks, is that these two structures, they are older than the damage that you saw in the main portion of the town. These were damaged far before.
Which would explain why she has been around since before this massacre.
Right then.
See. Well, we could also investigate the the interior near the bar.
So as
Susan?
you do, the mists in this place begin to dissipate, sucking into the ground. The eerie silence hangs in the air as the swirling miasma form of Marathil, which is this wraith, descends upon the gravesite. She stops in front of the graves and looks down for what seems like an eternity, her silence deafening in the somber and sacred place. And from the fold in her cloak, she produces a bouquet of beautiful wild marigolds. They've frozen and frosted over in her grasp, giving them a strange, unworldly quality. It begins to rain. Cold drops of water that relentlessly beat down, and she places these flowers upon the graves. A wavering, sorrowful, ethereal voice seems to radiate from every direction. Dear spirits of the departed, forgive me for my inability to guard your peaceful slumber. I was unable to shield you from harm, and for that, I am forever sorry. These marigolds, frozen in sorrow, are a symbol of the tears I will always shed for you. May these frosted marigolds serve as a token of my eternal regret and despair. Rest now in the arms of the gods, for you shall never be disturbed again. May your souls find solace and rest, and may the gods grant you peace beyond what I could ever provide you.
As soon as I finish up my prayer for her body, I bury her and I just tell her, you can rest now. Like I shed a tear on her grave.
I put my hand into my pocket where I keep a holy symbol, and I say, may the Raven Queen, the patron mother, accept our sending.
You
I say,
hear
may the gods treat you better than they treated me.
Maybe I'm
The
sending
sky
more
weeps
people
for
to her
you.
than you think.
you can hear her voice again calling out to you. It sounds exhausted. The spite, the anger, the power is now removed from it. It is a tone of defeat, a tone of despair and loneliness. It carries the weight of deep anguish. I can assist you, but I am lacking a component that will enable me to do so. I will require you to do some of the work to obtain it.
What do you need?
The sword.
All right. Do you know where it is?
There is a castle not far from here. It is a dark, fallen place. Its once beautiful and serene battlements, now a place of despair and rot, long inhabited by the memories of better times. It bears the scars of shame and regret, disgrace and terror. Go to this place. Its skeletal remains have been picked over for centuries. Treasure hunters, all hoping to make the tragedy that unfolded in those hallowed halls their own personal story of triumph, hoping to walk away with some great bit or bauble that would ensure the prosperity of their kin for the foreseeable future. Fools to a one. For all that lies in that place is heartache, broken dreams, and nightmares. But you will find something more if you look hard enough. The walls of the keep have long since toppled and disappeared into the very wilderness from which it sprung. However, there is a cathedral that remains untouched by time. It was of solid construction back then, made of strong stone and expert craftsmanship. The one who came here and awakened these poor souls has retreated there. the solution to your problem in tow.
So there we will find him.
Does this enemy of yours still breathe?
It does.
I should say, does his chest still contain a heartbeat?
It does.
Then he'll find his end.
We can change that.
Aye.
I mean, you can. I'm not very effective at it, but
I'll
definitely
show
can.
you how to do it.
You definitely can do it.
Matter of fact, I will literally hold
I'll help
it
you.
and put it into your hand.
You want to just? I'll hold it and you do the pushing.
Yeah, I wait.
Ooh.
Yes, wait. It's something like that.
You two have something special going on, I can tell.
Moving right along.
Don't draw attention to the lovebirds.
Glad you found each other.
It's a bromance. It's not. It's a
I'm
person.
just saying, glad you found
It's
each
just a
other.
personality thing. It has nothing to do with like actual. I mean, I don't know.
If you just turn around, dear, your armor needs a little more tightening. If I can fix that for you.
It's not fitted for me. I took this off. I'll tell you later.
I think it looks great. Anyway,
Me biting my tongue that my entire outfit and weapon collection is taking off scavenged bodies of wars all over the history. That this lady's kind of like mad about the same thing happening to her stuff. So I'm just clenching my teeth.
Perhaps we should go the castle.
Yeah?
Yes, castle.
Yep, right away. Yep.
Oh, right. Awkward.
Right.
Let's go.
Okay. You trudge in the direction that she has pointed you in, through snow and ice, through empty forests, and you come across the remains of what appears to have been a large manor or castle, perhaps now nothing but foundations, tumbled walls, but there is an archway still, one of its most impressive and strongest structures. The archway itself bears a name, Castle Shalavar. Behind these skeletal remains is a church, a cathedral, with light pouring from inside through the broken windows.
I'll approach.
I suppose is the front door look inviting, or should we try and look around the sides or something?
There are multiple doors.
Are there any windows?
There are broken windows, yes.
Does
I'm gonna
light
look
come
to
from
see
the
if there's
interior?
It does.
Any like signs of movement coming from the windows specifically as we approach? 19 plus 7, 26.
So you don't see movement, but the light is flickering.
Okay.
Corn.
Alright. Well,
Corn, what's
I'll see
your relationship
You-
with that animal on your arm?
You do hear something though on the wind coming from this area with a 26 perception. You can hear a chanting, soft, barely audible,
some kind of chanting going on.
coming from inside.
It's coming from inside the church. Castle.
Looks like we probably are going to have to interrupt something.
Yeah,
Likely.
I'm wondering, Corn, is that a familiar or is that just a pet?
That's my familiar, yes.
A bit of familiarity with familiars myself. Can you not see through its eyes and do a bit of reconnaissance?
That was my thought. Yeah, I'm going to send a kid up, or guy, I'm sorry, up and around to kind of look around and see what he can find.
Yeah, you send your familiar up. It circles this cathedral, the chanting louder from this vantage point. But without flying inside, there's not much more that you would be able to see.
Looks like we're gonna have to go inside. Do I see? Do I happen to find an open window or something on a second floor?
There's only there are windows that go up from the base of the structure up high into the ceiling. It is a cathedral, so it has a high ceiling, but it looks like it is only one floor.
Oh, it is one floor. All right. So having a top approach coming in from another area, not what's will happen really. Is there a broken window or something around the back? What do you guys think? Should we split the party?
No.
Or should we send one to do some more reconnaissance?
I think whoever's in there is not aware of our approach or our intentions right now, and they'll be caught off guard. We should just storm the entrance and take them.
I have no problem with this plan.
I like it.
As we do that, I'm gonna clap the backs of Entropy, Los Professor, and Corin, and grant them the Balm of Peace. So you get that D4.
I'm also going to do a protection from evil and good again.
That's pretty
Okay. And you enter in through the front door to this cathedral. The chanting is loud here. It comes from the far end of the cathedral. You see a man kneeling, armor, heavy armor on his body.
I take a few deep breaths. I start to entranced and rage.
All right, so
I'm going to send Kit forward, and he's going to kind of land on a statue.
I'm going to give this to you one more time. A little bit of hastening. No sleeping through it, right?
Don't get 2 4s this time.
I give you the vigilant blessing of the Raven Queen. You'll act fast, should danger arise.
Let's see if I can. Look at that! I can actually listen to the music again.
So you enter in.
Yes.
What I don't know if you can see on the map. I assume you can. You enter in a place almost where Session would have sat at one point, flanked with statues of gods and important figures. These ancient benches stand almost frozen in time. The light of fires in braziers up on the main kind of in the main like the heart of this cathedral are now a light kind of banishing the cold.
All right.
Can I make out what the prayer chant thing that I heard was?
Roll me religion.
I got a 1.
Yeah, that's the one. No, you have no idea. You've never heard a chant like this before. You've never heard a prayer like this before. You see the figure is still kneeling down. Above him in a raised area, you see a sword floating, silently spinning as magics are kind of radiating upward and kind of striking its surface.
How high are the ceilings in here?
The ceilings here are going to be about 30 feet.
Well, he seems to be alone, and the plan was to surprise him I think it's now or never.
Yeah, I've already raged.
Can I tell if from this
Okay.
far is the person in the center undead?
I don't know that you can tell. They're kneeling down with their back to you.
Okay.
I don't know that you would be able to tell.
You mean I
Um,
can't just tell?
Since we're go ahead and doing, I'm going to go ahead and drop initiative.
Let's do it. Ooh,
Do you mind? Do you mind? Rita, causing my monster to grow.
Yeah, I got you.
19
No
plus
problem.
What is
15.
going on here?
It's pretty far away.
4 plus 3 for 7.
15, and then I get.
You did get a roll for another advantage.
That was horrible.
Yeah, do I get a roll with advantage?
No, just story.
Just story.
So 16.
Okay.
Plus 4.
Okay.
Well, I get to roll eventually.
Oh, do I have to
Eventually.
click my character first? Is it...
Yeah.
You would need to click your character first to roll initiative. Yes. What was your? Did you have another initiative you rolled?
No, it's just 10.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, you're good. Okay. All right. So I suppose Arctis.
All right. It still hasn't noticed us yet, right?
Not that you're aware of.
Alright, I'm gonna go run.
Do you think
30 feet
any
up
kind of charm
here.
would work on him?
I have my dice. It's so far away. Jiminy. Yeah, I'll go another. These are just pews?
They are.
Okay, I'm gonna go kind of.
I have a plan to get a drop of surprise on him.
Kind of crouch down behind these.
Do you need help?
Are you trying to remain hidden?
I mean, sure.
Okay, roll me stealth with advantage.
Still
I mean, if someone truly wants, I can put you right next to him immediately.
11. That'd probably be better for story.
Yeah, I was
So-
kind of.
But I got a peg leg, so it's like.
Yeah, the tapping of the leg. Yeah.
I
Okay.
was kind of planning on this.
Is Javi? I assume
Aye.
it's your turn.
What
sir.
plan do you have first, Corin?
Oh, good. I've got one. Bring
With
the
my autumn, it will you could charm him.
But I mean, as soon as we get to chipping away at his skull, the charm is gone.
I'm gonna run and sprint, just full out
Sure.
run
Okay.
right there.
Okay.
That's gonna end my turn.
Very well. The sound of your running feet echoes in this place.
I'd imagine so. The
Yeah,
size of that guy.
you're a huge, angry dwarf. You see, he stands and turns, looking back at you, smiling, and walks forward onto the dais here, kind of looking at you, and says,
Now I can see him clearly.
says, "Intruders." Wonderful. You interrupt a ritual. That's, well, I can't let that happen. And he pulls a glaive and says, "Let the souls of those that have met the end of the point of my blade instruct you of your folly. Ve Victus." And that'll be his turn. Professor,
I just gotta say, in all my days studying tomes and books, and for the life of me, I can't string together poetry like that on my best day. That was adorable. I'm gonna move forward 60.
mhm.
Sorry, hang on, my camera's like right in front of where my character is.
So you're gonna. I assume that you're dashing. So that'll be your action.
That is correct.
Do you have a bonus action?
I'm considering using it, but I don't think the initiative is going to make that advantageous. So I'm just going to end my turn.
Okay, very well. Moving on, Corin.
Let's see. Well, I guess I can go full on, right? Let's see. Let me get that. Let's see. 60. So I can dash 90 and then face step to him. Let's see how much face step will give me.
I think you're utilizing your bonus action to dash 90. You're using cunning action. Is that right?
Cutting action?
Is that what you're using to go that extra?
Yeah, I was gonna use
Yeah.
cutting action.
And I think that your Misty Step is a bonus action, right?
You could sacrifice your regular
Yeah.
action for the movement and then use your bonus action for Misty.
Say again?
You could just do a regular dash action and then do a bonus action for Misty.
Or bonus cunning action, which is you would
Or cutting action.
Spell slot.
and a spell slot.
Right.
Yeah.
So
You can move 90, but that'll be your action and your bonus.
yeah, so then basically I can just stand behind him and get hit. Maybe not the best move. So I think I will go ahead and use my cunning action to bring me to 90 or
90.
behind his pew, essentially.
Sure. Yep. Go ahead. Entropy.
And then can I hold an action?
No, because you used your action to dash.
Oh, okay.
If you only moved 60 feet, you could have had an action still.
I see.
Entropy.
I'll just
I'm
stay.
going to fly 30 feet up into the air, find some sort of balcony to rest on.
Mhm.
Let us see how 30 feet looks in this thing. Where is map? Map is evading me. There is map.
The real question is, how do I look at 30 feet?
About the same.
Pretty damn good.
We could have gone at angle and off the side. So it is many, many feet up to him. What is range on that spell that I want to use?
If it's Sacred Flame, it's 60.
Is he within 60 of me? I don't think so.
No.
No.
All right, then I just keep flying for the rest of my turn.
Okay. Very well. Arctis.
Up here. But I'm 30 feet in the air.
So it doesn't appear that he's like in the middle of casting a spell right now.
No. Mm-mm. He pulled glaive.
30. How far is that from him? It's 85. Damn. Then I guess I'll move action again. I'm kind of hide behind this statue over here.
Okay. Very well. Jobby. Tis you again.
No. Oh, good. Well, I don't like the fucker, so I'm going to throw a javelin at him.
Okay. Sure. Go for it.
Ugh. I've got to roll it twice,
That's
actually.
so far.
That is
It's all right.
very far.
Exceptionally far.
13.
13.
You throw a javelin, but it goes wide, clattering to the floor behind him.
That's one throw. I've got another one. Hopefully it hits. This one will hit it.
It does not. The 12, again, it goes wide, clatters to the floor behind.
I give him the finger.
Mhm.
Didn't like you anyway.
Okay. Do you want to move, or are you going to stay there?
I will move up just, I will move a wee bit. I'll move up here to the open
well.
area.
He is going to begin to kind of chant again as you see a kind of like a wall of dark divine magic kind of swell from a symbol on his chest. He's going to be casting Shield of Faith.
Who's he going to give it to?
He's just amazing. Yeah, and he will come down here and drop down and move forward to here. Professor.
Okay. Do you guys want to try talking to him, or should we just go all out?
Does he
Talks
look
cheap.
like the conversational type?
Yeah, you talk. Give him a chance to cast another spell.
So for like this is not actually like him, but for kind of like illustrative purposes, this is similar to what he would look like currently.
Oh, he's pretty.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cool.
that's what I figured.
He got the soul gem. Did he kill Vision? Is that joke way too old?
That's a big old
No,
sword.
the groaning spirit was the one he had to give up to get that, yes.
Okay, I would like to cast Hold Person.
Sure. That's a wisdom save, is that right?
Scanning through,
Yes.
looks like Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I thought so.
My DC is 16.
Oops. He actually has a +5. I don't know what it's going to roll, but I didn't click on saving throws. I clicked on regular.
Fail.
So even with a +3 on that, that's only a 10.
I would say that is a fail.
Put that clock to a dead stop.
Okay.
And as a
All right,
bonus,
anything
bonus
else?
action, I'm going to push. Who's back here? I'm sorry, it's really small on my screen, but who's the guy right in front of me? Is that Roy?
You're talking about this way?
Oh my god.
This way.
Small. There's nothing small about him.
Okay, look, I'm running the stream. This stuff's all shrunk down, so it fits on on everything. Who is the guy right here?
That's Jobby.
That's Corn.
Okay,
This is Corin.
Corn, I'm moving you
That's
forward 5
Jobby.
feet. You feel a little uplifting kinetic force just pick you up and move you forward 5 feet.
Okay.
Nice.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Corin.
Wipe the sweat from my brow.
It's
Thanks
a
for
very
the
large
lift.
piece of sweat, though. It's a very large brow.
I'm gonna use that little lift to kind of push me forward. Let's see. Wait, I might need to grab a ruler on this. Yeah, I think we can do that, right? So,
Sure.
coming in. Am I allowed to use my familiar first? Can he go
Sure.
first? So he's gonna fly by. He's gonna fly around. And I'm gonna go ahead and come in. And actually, as I'm coming in, I believe I still get sneak attack and range, don't I?
Well, you have advantage
He's
because
frozen.
he's frozen. He's held.
But once you attack him, that goes away.
Got it. So as I'm running forward, and I am coming towards him, but as I'm running forward, one psychic blade appears, and I just toss it right at him.
Sure. Roll damage. You have an advantage, and any hit will be an automatic crit.
Okay.
It doesn't
Let's
break
see.
him, right?
No, it does
It's
not
not.
break the
It just
paralyzed.
stays,
He has to
stays
make
held.
a saving throw at the end of his turns.
Right.
So
Right.
that's going to be a hit.
Roll again,
Like
just to
charm.
see if you. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you automatically crit, so it really doesn't matter. Okay, roll damage.
Is that a crit? Really?
It is automatically a crit
Maybe not that.
because
Amazing.
he is held. Okay.
Great.
So your psychic blade finds purchase in between his armor. He's not moving, so you can take a kind of a well-aimed throw.
And then that's going to add the psychic damage to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then since he's not moving, okay, I don't need advantage. So I'm gonna go ahead and just throw the other one, or just kind of actually, you know what? I'll just come in. And well, this is close enough, and I'll just throw the other one.
You get your sneak attack too, because again, he's frozen.
Oh yeah, actually, I get my sneak attack. I didn't add my sneak attack to that.
Oh, true. Yes.
So that's my sneak attack damage.
Jesus, max damage. Okay.
Take
Okay,
that,
that does a whole lot of damage. Okay.
Really?
little bitch.
Yep. All right. And then here goes the other hand, and the other hand is
That was all one hand.
a D4. Oh, let's see if it goes. That's 16,
That will not hit. You'll have to roll again.
but I have advantage, right? So
He paralytically dodged.
22.
Not that one.
That will hit.
Okay.
Oh, and I have to roll concentration checks for his Shield of Faith as well. I'll roll 2 of them here. Okay.
And does
Roll
the
19
second
concentration.
hand get oh well, let me
Okay, roll your damage. Oh, you already did 6. Okay, got it. Anything else?
+2.
Okay.
Let me lower that. So that's 2. I don't add sneak attack on that, or do I?
You only get it once a turn.
Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Then that will end my turn.
Entropy.
I am going to. Yes, I think I will sacred flame him.
Okay.
He does automatically.
Yeah, I don't think he can actually, with a whole person, I don't think he can actually roll
Yeah.
a dex.
Creatures automatically fail strength and
Yep.
dexterity saving throws.
So it's going to be 16 damage, but it's crit, so it's going to be 32 radiant. Whew, okay.
Kinda shut
Yeah,
this
he's
fight
not
down,
looking
didn't he?
great.
You should not have
Sure
messed with us.
All right.
He did. I mean, this happens sometimes. Okay, Arctis.
So Arctis is gonna do something similar, except first he's gonna grab a cigar out of his tarnished thing, and he's gonna throw it at the man, and this cigar is gonna turn into his spiritual weapon.
Sure.
Why not?
Beat him to death with cigar. I like it.
Did we have a spiritual weapon out for you? I don't think we did.
No, I
Let
don't
me
think I
just-
ever used it.
Yeah, let me pull one out real quick. I don't have a cigar, unfortunately. I apologize.
Oh.
You'll have
Oh,
to.
John
You'll have
Already
to
have that in your repertoire.
I
Well,
don't. You'll have
Just-
to settle for something else.
How about a
just
black
pretend it's
lung?
a cigar.
Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
And sometimes it's really
You got the
bad.
black lung, Pop.
Oh, and it's a nat 20.
Are you?
That's beautiful.
Oh my lord. Okay, how much
Critting like
damage
mad on this
is
guy.
So,
Oh my god.
1 + 7.
so 12 damage.
12 damage on that, and then that's my bonus action.
Sure.
And then I'm
yeah,
also going to Sacred Flame it.
of course you are. He can't dodge it. So
Just
what's the
18
damage on
more.
that? 18 more?
Yep.
Can you?
Okay.
Is that- I don't think they can crit.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I'm also going to run up to him right here because that's as far as I can get.
Okay. I'm gonna
What kind of
This
villain
is
doesn't
for-
bring minions?
You're gonna stick your tongue in his ear.
spiritual weapon.
He
What's
should-
that?
He should have had friends. What kind of villain doesn't?
He
have friends
does
for
have
this?
friends, but he can't do anything because he's held.
He's
He does
held.
have friends.
Oh, you mess with the
Ah.
brain, you get shut down. I brought friends who
Jesus
can hit.
You forgot to
Yeah,
call
that
them
was-
first.
Believe-
He only
Okay.
has
Right.
lifelines left of pull the
That was-
audience and.
That was what he was going to do next. But now,
Try to roll a
it
saving
doesn't
throw. See
look
what
like that's
happens.
going to happen. I mean, he's going to. We'll see what happens. Javi.
My turn.
You have reach.
So
Remember.
I know.
Whole
I'm
lot
well
of reach.
aware. Believe me, I'm a big
I'm
boy.
just saying, don't hit the guy next
And
to him.
yeah, so Glaive. That's dirty 20.
The 20 will hit.
All right. All right.
You do have
Let's see if we're.
advantage. So let's see if you roll to see if you
Well, it
crit.
doesn't matter. It's already a crit.
Oh, that's true.
It is already a crit.
My bad.
So that's a 9. Well,
Okay.
actually, that'd be 14 plus 2. It'd be 16, actually.
Okay.
Really. That's one hit. And then swing 2 is a 18.
Okay. Yeah, that'll hit. Yeah, I mean,
All right.
Yeah.
And that would be 14.
okay. Okay.
And take the whole arm strike. Nat 20.
Where were these dice when we were fighting ghosts?
That'd be another 16 points of damage.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I mean you kill him. How do you kill him?
I slice his head off with the glaive and then smack it on the return swing against as it flies off to the right hand side of the hallway.
Okay. Well, that was exciting.
4.
All right. Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah.
I disagree.
That was very climactic.
We
I'm
loved
sure
this.
you
This
did.
was great.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, he falls. As you swing, you sever his head with your glaive,
and spit on his neck.
and his body falls limp on the ground before you. The sword behind him clatters to the ground.
I pick up his body by the shoulders.
I'm gonna go grab
like to
look at
mage
the
hand
sword.
the
Is it
sword,
the? Yeah, I'm gonna look
Sure.
at it.
Yeah, you
Is it
can.
the silver moonstone pommel one.
It does have a moonstone in its pommel. Yes.
But it doesn't look like it's silver.
Are these braziers lit?
These braziers are lit. Yes.
I throw his body into the fire.
Okay. Yeah, you toss his body into the flames. You see it licks at and through the armor, and the flesh begins to burn almost like with green flame.
Ugh.
That's weird. It's usually not enough temperature to burn a body.
That's magic fire, obviously.
Perhaps.
It must be from Dylan.
Magic fire.
That was not final thing needed for his summoning of whatever.
Maybe he bathed himself in oil for the ritual.
Is the sword still floating?
No.
No, it fell to the ground.
Oh, you said it fell to. That's right. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it was
Fell to the
mage handed as well. So
Slowly bringing it back at whatever pace my mage hand can travel.
yeah, I mean,
I
it's
just rolled.
fairly-
I'm just investigating. I just rolled for perception to see if there's anything of worth of value around.
I mean, there's not a whole lot here that's worth anything. It looks like this place is pretty Spartan. Anything that was left here has probably long since been taken.
I'm gonna look around for where that chanting might have come from.
I believe it was from him.
I mean, you do see like a ritual circle here, where he was standing, so it's quite possible it was him. You're
Did
not
it sound like it was only one person?
It did.
Okay.
Is the circle done in like salt or something?
No, it is drawn out in chalk.
Would it be a
Like,
religion
remove
check
some of the
to know
chalk.
what it might be?
Sure. Yeah, you break the circle.
Well, oh, jeez. Hold on, I want to kind of observe it and take notes, if you don't mind.
Take your notes. I will tell you exactly what I just changed.
Okay. As I walk forward, the sword meets me midair, and I take it in my hand.
Yeah.
And first off, is this one here just a pattern of the? Well, that's the salt right here, huh?
It's the chalk, yes.
Oh, chalk. Right.
Does anybody have a spell to identify?
I do. I can cast right now. It's a ritual. It'll take 10 minutes.
Actually, do you mind if I copy that off your notes?
You wanna? I don't see why not.
Well, thank you. At least that's one thing I can get.
Okay, what is everyone else doing while the presser is ritually casting Identify?
Oh wait, do you want me to identify the sword, or do you want me to identify the ritual going on here?
It's up to you.
Well, I mean, it's not like a magical item, so I'd roll like.
I got a
for this,
1 to figure out what the chalk circle was.
Okay.
I'm going to retrieve his head that fell down the hallway,
Sure.
or it was
I'm gonna-
thwacked down the hallway.
Ritual cast detect magic, and then kind of have a look around the area for any other magic items that might be
So
nearby.
entropy.
Going back to the professor.
You want to hold this?
Yeah, I kind of rolled for perception to see if there's anything. There wasn't.
Yeah, I got you. So the professor is looking at the ritual circle and the sword. Which one are you
Right, so
looking
I'd
to
like
identify?
I'd like to do Arcana on the circle, and then
Sure.
once I finish that, then I want to begin identification on the sword.
Yeah, roll me Arcana then.
Guidance. 'cause
We'll
that's my
also
go-to.
look at.
Sure.
Ooh, I'm
okay.
gonna need it this time.
You might.
Yeah, 13. All right.
13.
Okay.
So good.
Yeah, you look at this ritual circle, and something about it seems familiar. You've seen circles that are utilized to consecrate, circles that are utilized to imbue like divinity into something. This is almost like the polar opposite, as if like some sort of a reflection where everything is flipped backwards.
So this is to desecrate, more or less. We should see.
Quite possibly.
Would maybe a religion check would be better.
Sure.
Okay, guidance again. God damn.
Yeah.
Even with
Yeah,
a
you're
1.
just not sure. Yeah, you're just not sure.
Entropy, are you skilled in this? Do you know what any of this is?
I'll take another look at this from the religion aspect, and I will, if needed, use magical guidance.
I give him a help action, telling him what I know so far.
Sure. Yeah, roll another one. Entropy.
Right.
And,
Exactly the same.
and
13.
guidance.
Roll D4. Oh
D4.
my lord.
I also will take potential advantage of magical guidance. It's a 15.
Okay, 15.
Actually, it hasn't
Yeah.
been 10 minutes since we came in here, right?
It's been,
No,
been
it
a
has
minute.
not.
You get another D4
I will take another D4.
Okay.
from my
Why
ones and
not?
bonds.
True.
17.
Okay. Yeah, you.
If that is not enough, I still do have magical guidance that I could use.
I think that's fine. You.
What all are you doing up there?
you
We're playing
Mumbo
21, right?
jumbo to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you stare at this ritual circle, kind of trying to remember any of your religious teachings that you've come across, and it is truly something designed to desecrate, to draw the divinity from something, and instill corruption, to instill evil into something
Yes,
else.
you were on the right path, Professor. This would remove any blessing on it and make it curse evil.
Well, in that case, I think you were on the right path to begin with too, and continue erasing this chalk.
Yes, I think so. Please do make whatever notes you need to on that to not have anybody use your notes to recreate.
Yeah, no, I've already committed this image to memory, and I will draw it in my boat notes later in an encrypted format that no one else will know unless they know my cipher, which is
This
it's so level
sounds good.
that you. Oh, okay. It's.
I
safe.
like this.
It's safe.
I will use shape water and literally use water to scrub the chalk away.
Great. Do these
Sure.
these statues look significant in any way?
They don't. They look like some sort of religious iconography, some sort of flair to this place.
Very cool. Corin, you want to come
Well.
observe identification?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Sorry.
All right. So that's when we'll be busy for the next 10 minutes with him. Oh, we just did a
Perfect.
flip-flop. Look at that. We'll do it over here, away from the magic.
Okay.
I'll start working on
So what are you doing there?
Ritually casting Identify on the silver sword.
Got it. Got it.
And I'm copying the spell.
Very well. Yeah, you do cast your Identify. What does Identify look like for you?
I don't know if it actually has a visual to it.
Okay.
I mean,
So you
I'm
just basically
following
focus
my
on the
notes, and
item, or
I don't ever memorize a spell just out of slots and efficiency. So I've always ritually casted it, just following my notes and precise instructions. And
sure.
In other words, he makes duck lips and his eyes cross.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you ritually cast Identify on this item, and it comes back to you as an item that you have heard of before, an item that you have seen in books, something that's generally, I suppose, unique to Elven society. It comes back as a moon blade.
I know what this is.
Yeah, that's how Identify works.
Generally, well, I guess that's fair.
Isn't it?
But, generally, a moonblade is passed on through the lineage of a certain bloodline, correct? And as it inherited
That is
from
correct.
one generation to another, it gains more and more magical effects and attributes.
Depending on how many runes are engraved upon it.
So this is a pretty significant thing here.
You can feel that due to whatever was happening, that its power has been diminished.
Is there any way to restore what has been damaged?
Possibly.
Between what we know, Professor, we might be able to recreate the circle as it should have been.
So you posit that perhaps he was trying to drain this weapon of its power through this ritual?
Yes.
I don't suppose that's I don't see why
Well, I
not.
recognize that this is a bastardization of the more promoting of goodness
No, I agree.
type of circle.
I completely agree. I'm just trying to find the right words because I'm terrible with them. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, sounds good. I think.
I will start trying to make circle.
Sure.
Do I detect any magic items since those have been 10 minutes?
Yeah, your magic, your detect magic goes off, but you don't detect anything magical other than the sword itself.
Okay.
I kind of wonder if this Moonblade was attached to the Banshee's bloodline, and the fact that she was killed by it and perhaps doesn't have any progeny of her own, that the power has been diminished because of that. She seemed to have some ill will towards her parents, unless I was perceiving that incorrectly. And that all seems like family related type stuff. But again, I'm just guessing. And then I open my book and start writing all this down.
Sure. Entropy is making a magical circle.
I'm copying.
Sure.
Wonderful.
In your copying, you did not copy previous circle, yes?
I did. Well, it's committed to my
No,
memory.
no, no, not you, Professor.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
Don't. For your own safety, don't.
Okay. Yeah, you draw out a circle on the ground. It takes a bit of time, entropy, but you're able to draw out an arcane circle.
One of the more devout should do the ritual of that should be done. If you have question, I will help, but I am no cleric.
Sure.
I have a dabbling in it, but I think Arctis is better suited.
Yes.
I'll do it. Well, religion?
I do guidance on him.
Okay,
I will use help action.
sure.
Roll! 25.
25. Okay, that's a critical success. Okay, I know there's no critical successes on skill checks, but
It's cool to think about it.
yeah, yeah. So you begin to do the best that you can to try to basically enchant this magical circle with your divine power, placing the blade in the center. You pour in all of the power that you can muster, praying and focusing. The runes and the sigils grow brighter and brighter with radiant light, lighting up the darkness, overshadowing the braziers. The sword inside begins to feed off of this radiant energy. It begins to like basically siphon off its powers, and you feel something inside the circle kind of rectify in a way, as if something has been returned, something has been corrected.
I finished
Some
casting my
evil has
spell.
been banished.
I finished casting my spell, and I say, "It is done." And I take out a cigar.
Oh,
Without cigar in my mouth, I also breathe smoke. For fun.
Yeah, but it's not as tasty as mine.
Oh, I can make it taste however I want.
So, if you don't mind, I want to lift the sword out of the circle now that this is complete.
sure.
And I'm going to walk over here to Entropy and hand it to him and say, proof the gods do listen. You want to hand that back to the Wraith?
Yes, let's bring it back to her.
Someday you should tell me how you were wronged so badly.
How I was what?
Wronged by the gods?
That is long story, but yes, we can have it over a drink or something.
I would be happy to write it down and chronicle it.
What should we do with her bones?
That is what we ask her.
Yes.
Their person gets to tell you how to handle their bones.
I think that would be best.
I suppose we should head on it.
Whee!
Okay, so you head out back the way you came, back towards Ontavale.
Shrinking as a go.
So, yeah. Jesus. Okay. Ontavale is still. There's no sign of the banshee. There's no sound, no wind, no cold. The inky darkness still clings here, heavy like a shroud. The graves sit still with frosted marigolds sitting predominantly atop them.
I will take a knee and try to communicate with her.
Okay, what do you say?
We have done as you asked. We have dealt with the one who disturbed and put to rest those that were disturbed. Now you had said you would talk to us. Please grant us your presence again.
From all around you, an ethereal voice rings out. You have now seen the source of my great shame. Please, hold out the sword so that I might see it once more.
I hold it out.
The voice again becomes audible, her visage still hidden from your sight. I was not always this creature. I was not always such an awful and pitiful thing. I was young once. Beautiful, with hopes and dreams and love filling the recesses of my heart. I was naive, though. I thought that I well knew a world that I had very little experience and exposure to, a world that cared little for ideas and intentions, regardless of how innocent or pure. My name then was not Wraith Warden, as the histories have recorded, but Mirathil Shalavar, daughter of Iltharin and Talilia Shalavar. Entropy, you feel your grip tenses on the hilt of the sword, almost impossibly tight as frost begins to form upon the surface of the metal. You don't feel threatened, nor do you feel pain as your grip tightens seemingly against your will. Please roll me a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. That is a 15.
Yeah, you try to will your hands to open to fight against this control, but you're unable. They
Is it
clench.
something that a 2d4 might help?
You can roll it.
Do you actually
Roll
want to
my
fight
favored
this?
by gods. 6, a total 21.
Yeah, you are able to will your hands to basically relax. The control over you, you feel it desperately reach out, trying to pull your hands closed, but your will is too strong. You're able to drop the blade if you'd like.
I do not drop the blade. I just wish to be in control.
Mm-hmm. It was one day, while I was off in the forest collecting flowers, that I met a man on the road. A young human bard whom I found quite pleasant and interesting. His name was 𝐒𝐩𝐸𝐪. We spent the next several months developing a relationship, picking flowers and spending time with each other in Antevale and in the woods around Castle Shalavar. My family was horrified at my infatuation with this commoner, however, and forbade our budding love. I was enthralled with him, and we carried on in secret. Under cover of night, beneath the full moon, we met, sometimes in Antevale and sometimes in the gardens of Castle Shalavar. Our love flourished under the most impossible and harsh of conditions, far from the sight of my parents. One evening, I went and picked flowers for the upcoming ritual of the Mystery of the Night. It was an important responsibility that I was entrusted with, one that I enjoyed very much, one that Cedric was to help me with. I waited for him at our meeting space by a large oak tree near the forest clearing, but he did not show. I waited as long as I could before I had to go on without him. I collected my flowers under the full moon, my mind focused not on my duty to Selûne, but on my own selfish desires. And when I was done, my basket full, I hurried back to Castle Shalavar. But when I arrived, I knew something was amiss. The castle was quiet and still. It should have been buzzing with the motion of preparations for the night's festivities. The door had been left ajar. The guards were missing. I thought this strange, but gave it not a second thought as I went inside. But what I saw there, my family lay slain before me, their bodies broken and bleeding, strewn across the floor with the broken preparations of the ritual that they were putting together. Then, Entropy, you again feel your grip on the sword tighter, drawing itself forward until you find your arms drawn out straight, as if pulled by a great force, as if the emotions of words are moving your body.
I will go with this until there is a moment that it does something threatening or dangerous.
More frost accumulates on the blade. Swirls of ice crystals begin to kind of spiral up the metal. The frost kind of glazes your hands and your lower arm. There's no pain. I stood in shocked horror for a moment, unable to process what was happening. I grabbed that blade off of the floor and I ran. I ran to find Cedric, to find help. The only place I knew where, here in Ontavale. I moved as fast as my legs could carry me, my heart and my throat, tears flooding my vision. But when I made it here, I looked for him. I found him in a place that we spent the most of our time, a tavern named the Hearth and Hound. I found him there and I flung myself into his arms. I nuzzled in and closed my eyes, his embrace inviting and warm, comforting and assuring. I began to tell him of what I had seen, but as I did, I noticed a strange smell of iron on him, the smell of blood. I opened my eyes and was met with the sight of a bloody shirt. I straightened my body and I touched it. It was still wet, and it was then I knew. I looked in his eyes and saw it there. He didn't even need to tell me. He had killed them. Killed my family so that we could be together. I felt my hand drop to my waist where I had the sword. I felt the cold, smooth metal. As I grasped the hilt and I pulled it quickly, pushing myself away from him, I brought up the blade and I plunged it forward. And there was a moment of resistance as I pushed harder, only to realize that he had moved to the side and caught my hand, the blade missing its mark. I will never forget the smile on his face, the cruelty in his eyes. And it is here that she appears, her countenance somber and acceptant, as if she has surrendered to a fate that has befallen her, fully accepting it in this moment. The blade attempts to drag you closer to her. Do you want to resist?
I will go with it. I will not let it drag me, but I will move with it.
Mm-hmm. You move with the blade. It closes the distance to where the point of this blade is but a few inches from the center of her chest. It hovers over the through and through wound that you saw before. Her eyes turn black and her voice grows deeper as she seems to sink farther into memory. I never left you. You were merely a means to an end. With your house gone, mine shall flourish all the more. Your pain and suffering will be the soil that causes my house to grow. I was never your lover, but the harbinger of your downfall. You will forever be a footnote in the history that I am writing. And it was in that moment I felt the blade pried from my hands. I felt it plunge into my body, and I watched as the world faded from view. Now, you must finish this. This blade you hold, it is one of the last remaining artifacts of my house. A ceremonial blade that was used so long ago to honor a connection to the divinity that I have fallen so far from. It's only fitting that it is the one thing that does the final deed, that shows me my final mercy.
There is no other way.
She floats down to where the blade is horizontal with the wound on her chest, leaving herself open for a solid and simple thrust. You feel her pull over your body diminish and release. Your body is once again And she looks in your eyes, Entropy, and says, "There is no other way. Release
Well,
me from my torment."
Your vengeance is complete, though. And I reach into the bag, and as I do, I cover the eyes, and I bring them down so they're closed, and I kind of lock the jaw, but I bring up his head, throw it to the floor.
Yeah, she looks towards you and says, "Vengeance is not complete. When I am the one it must be served to. This was my fault."
The powers that be have cruel ways. I hope this frees you from them, and may you find peace.
I can't watch. I walk away.
Yeah, you see that she floats there, kind of defeated. The burning embers of frostfire that once found residence in her gaze, now extinguished and smoldering. They were focused not on you now, but on the blade. The metal now coated in frost and ice.
I plunge.
The sword sinks in effortlessly, following grooves of a fatal wound long ago administered by cruel hands. Marithel's form stiffens and bucks upright in extreme pain as her hands shoot up to cover her mouth. A banshee scream rings out, piercing the eerie silence. I need everyone to roll. Let's see. Everyone needs to roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
No, I
I'm good at this one.
Success.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm going to use my last chronal shift to help
Sure.
Corin. I
Sure.
reverse time by a split second for you to roll that again.
Okay, roll another Constitution save, Corin. Okay.
Wasted.
We
Can I
try-
throw
Yeah.
in my 4 on top of that?
Yes.
Do you have 4?
Yeah.
Go for
Is
it.
it really going to make a difference?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, there you go.
So her hands shoot up to cover her mouth, but the scream still escapes at the pain that has been brought upon her. You are going to take half of this damage. Everyone else will take no damage as she attempted to cover it, but you will take half of this damage, Corin. It is going to be 26 psychic. You'll take 4 damage as the scream kind of shatters your mind. For a moment, you feel the weight of the pain, the anguish, the regret, the suffering all at once.
As I feel all that, it mixes with my own feelings of redemption. I see my old home. I see the relic that was stolen. I see the demons encroaching. I see myself lost in drink, searching. And I feel her pain, and as I feel my own.
She rises up and kind of twirls, thrashing about as blue wisps of energy begin to pull and shred from her form. She looks and sobs as the sword glows brighter and brighter, the bluish hue of the blade seeming to shred her very essence. Then in an instant, it is done. There's an explosion of arcane energy as the night is lit up with the brilliant white of celestial glow. And for a moment, as the moon itself were present in this space, Mirthel falls to the ground in a heap about 30 feet away from you, the sword spirals and spins away from the force of the explosion, sticking itself blade down into the fresh snow about 15 feet farther from you, behind her. You can see its soft blue glow illuminating Marithel's fallen and broken form in the snowy ground, and in this moment, it begins to snow. Light flakes, delicate powder falling from the sky that gently begins to cover everything in a pristine layer of white.
I do not think I will forget this day for a long time.
Agreed.
So much wrong and so much despair in this world.
This is the world, my friend.
Is it done?
I walk up to Corin, I pat him on his back, and I hand him a cigar. So that's why it's up to us to make it a little brighter.
Yes. Thank you.
Smoke. Feel better.
I take a puff.
10 hit points back.
Smoke him if you got.
I love it.
For those who can't see the rolling, he had made the actual, what's it called?
Yeah, they can see it.
Oh, it said smoke him if you got him under the roll.
Yeah, it's there on the side of the screen. They can see it.
Beautifully done.
Wait a minute. Hold that thought. We didn't complete what we came here to do.
This is true. We did not ask her questions. She told a story, and I, for some reason, thought that would be in the story. The sword somehow translate languages?
Is she gone? Fully?
One way to know. Ask her.
Maybe the sword can.
Banshee!
It's not.
She is no
it's
longer
not-
a banshee.
It's not that.
What
Call
about
her by
this?
her name?
What about the stone that's attached to the sword?
It's part of it.
Perhaps this level 1 spell you speak of now works if you hold sword.
It works if I don't hold sword.
Maybe somehow was resistant. Maybe sword breaks resistance.
Sure.
I would have thought if it was such a lowly spell that the Archivist of herself would have thought of it.
No, of course. I should get in contact with her then.
Could I
Locket.
use,
What is going on with the locket?
Can I use
What if
speak
what-
with Dad?
Yes.
Go
And
back
what
to
of her
her
bones? I think we
We
should
should bury the bones.
put her bones to rest and
I think so.
Yes.
Can
All
I use
right.
speak with Dead on her bones?
What did you want to do?
Can I use speak with Dead on her bones?
So she, like, there is a form in the ground, like a body, where she fell. You can see it's leaching some energies. Looks like it is fading.
Could I try and speak with her with the speak with the Dead?
You can try. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can try.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cast it then.
well,
Yeah.
if she's still there and leeching, we can probably still
that-
speak.
Does that first question count?
Professor, do you have any type of lens or something somebody could look through?
To what end? What's the goal?
Dip it in what is leaching. Maybe this magic will translate. I'm throwing ideas at wall. I don't know.
Well, I suppose I can try to observe the flow of aether or whatever is going on here.
So, Arctis, you step forward towards her body to cast Speak with Dead. You find that her form is now that of a beautiful young elven woman. The wound still bleeding in the center of her chest. She looks up at you weakly, blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth.
I rush over to her. She's like a specter, and I can't like help her stay up or anything. Okay, I'm gonna still rush over. Like, my sincere apologies, but we kind of let you go without getting some very important questions answered. Did you know about how to translate ancient Galanti, or some method by which we could?
She kind of looks towards the sword. as you see some of her essence is leaching into the blade itself. Another rune inscribing upon its surface.
Now sword translates. Do we have any handy to practice?
I'm going to surmise that this is her generational attribute added to the blade. Is typical of a moonblade's passed down through lineage.
So, do you have in your books anywhere ancient Valantian that we might be able to use this to see if it translates? No?
On me, no. Back at the academy, it's possible.
Well, let us take this back. Thank you, lady, for your gift. May you rest. Now we go to Archivist, yes?
Do you have to finish asking questions, or can we just go?
Is there no way you can just translate this?
There you go. There's another question.
We don't have something for her to translate.
We don't have sample.
We were to recover a means by which to translate.
Yes. And it seemed that was in answer to question.
I think we got.
So it seems that is the way.
I will, I guess, let go of. Oh no, it's just she's gonna be around for 10 minutes. Yes.
Does that
Ask
mean
more questions if you want?
Does that mean we should bring the sword to the Archivist?
Yes.
Well, that counts as a question.
But yes.
Would you like us to bear you anywhere?
Good question.
Yeah, she looks up at you, the strength leaving her body quickly, draining before your very eyes. Her face softens and relaxes as the weight of her body sinks a bit deeper into the fresh powder, flakes of brilliant white snow gathering upon her. She goes to speak. The air escapes, and she breathes her last.
I think out of respect, then the best we can do is put her with the others.
Yes.
I'm going to look for a place of, honor that might be around this area, and I'm going to bury her there.
Yes.
I'm going to officially identify that blade with a spell and then know what I just read.
Yeah.
As part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
With the offerings that were left for her before, are any of those still around?
No.
Oh.
But I do have something to offer.
I was going to move her offerings to where she was laying now.
That's nice. That'd be a nice thing to do.
So
That
should
seems
we bring
close.
her out of the sack or leave her in there?
I'll
And just put the
probably
whole
take her
thing-
out of sack.
Always.
People say I have no tact, and I know this.
No.
We'll get you housebroken sooner or later.
Anyway, here, take this off my hands. Here.
And
Take
take
her.
bones. And we go back to the cemetery where we can find a place for her.
Sure. Yeah, you probably find a place underneath one of the statues where there is room for another to be buried with him.
I take some wood, some stones to make a marking. I take the locket and I put it on top of the on the mark as an offering.
And use her original name.
Yes.
DW doesn't remember what it was, but
Marathel.
Mirathel.
that's
Mirathel.
what they said. That's what they said.
Yeah, close enough.
Math.
You're the one that forgot.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah,
Is Gaslight your last name?
go ahead, Ryan.
I have no last name.
So it could be
is
yes.
that parents love their children no matter what. I'm
Not
sure they love
always.
us deeply. I can understand your pain. Maybe this will help. I leave it with her.
Okay. You offer this locket on the gravestone.
Yes.
Again, there is a sense of peace in this place.
I pour a drink of out of my flask.
I'm going to leave my special cigars.
Okay.
And I'm going to light up one of my own.
Okay. Yeah.
Wasn't it full? I want to be.
So you take a moment to honor her in the best way that you know how. Standing at this gravesite of a young woman who had suffered so much, who has longed for an atonement that was always out of her reach, you get the feeling that she's moved on to something else. What that may be, you may never know. But in this moment, you helped her find a modicum of peace, and that has to matter for something.
No. We survived. Another day.
We did.
Did Archivist tell us how we were supposed to get back?
I assume she's
Same
just,
way you did before.
Oh God, not again!
Go back to the same place we came in. Their door is still open. We go through.
Let's look at that.
All right then.
Yeah, you head back, passing through the portal into the other world that you left behind. You find the Archivist waiting for you there.
I hand over the sword. I believe this should solve your problem now. The groaning spirit is at rest, and that which disturbed her and the village is no more.
The locket is left with her.
Oh.
Forgive me.
It never belonged to me anyway. She'll take the sword, and you see it kind of glows with a very light blue illumination. Thank you.
We hope this does. We don't know if it will work, but it seems maybe.
It will. I read the blade and studied it. It'll do
fair
precisely what you
enough.
need it to.
Good.
In fact, Marathil is there in the blade if you wish to speak to her.
I will have to think on that.
And you know, this blade really belongs in a museum.
Oh my God. So with that, I suppose we will close out this chapter of...
It's a good final line. I like that as the final